Today is Wednesday, May 29th, 2024. This is the South Coast Air Quality Management District Hearing Board. We are here today to bring to before the hearing board, the Baker Commodities, Inc., case number 6223-1 for a modification on the order for abatement. And before we do that, we did have a pre-hearing conference, and I'm going to let our attorney member, Mr. Pearman, give us a quick overview of that meeting.
Thank you. Yes, just briefly, the points that were discussed. The parties said they had stipulated to some of the conditions when working on others, so perhaps might have more by the time of the hearing. We discussed the length of testimony and was thought that perhaps the direct testimony from each side might be an hour and a half. Maybe that's reduced if they reach more agreements on conditions. So we discussed the extent of public participation anticipated. And so I think we ensured we'd have a translator and that we're informed to be a court reporter. And both parties stated that they felt comfortable that the case was still within our jurisdiction with respect to Rule 415, et cetera. And as you know, while we can't disclose the entirety of it, our counsel has agreed with that conclusion in a memo to ourselves, the hearing board members. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and Madam Clerk, do you know if they did get a translator? Okay, all right. All right, so who is here on behalf of the district?
Nicholas Dwyer, on behalf of the district, along with Daphne Sue.
And on behalf of Baker?
Good morning, board members. George Giganis, on behalf of Baker Commodities, as well as my colleague Isabella Neal.
Okay. All right, so I wanted to let the public also know that we will have a Spanish language translation. There's the audience room Zoom meeting. That's ID 932-0955-9643. The teleconference dial-in number is 1-669-900-6833. And the one tap mobile, I'm reading this right, I believe, 1-669-900-6833. And then the code is 932-0955-9643. And then the pound sign. Okay, with that, this hearing will also be transcribed. We have did you want to introduce yourself? Thank you. Okay. All right. So with that, let's go right into the witnesses. How many witnesses will you be having, Mr. Dwyer?
The district will have 2 witnesses.
Okay. And Mr. Giganis, am I saying that correctly?
Giganis.
Giganis. Thank you.
Sure. We will have only one witness.
Okay. All right. And if the witnesses can please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will be telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. Also, for members of the public, if you do want to either make a comment or provide testimony, you will do so by letting the clerk know by raising your hand, and she will be able to see that. Otherwise, on the phone, are you going to be able to how are you going to be able to do that, Madam Clerk? If they're just calling in just by raising their hand? Okay. All right. So, and I'll be asking at least twice during this hearing, once in the morning, and then if we go into the afternoon, later in the afternoon. Okay. And with that, we do have exhibits, I believe, that we need to mark. Have we received those?
So, Madam Chair, we will have a series of demonstrative exhibits that we'll use during the direct examination. Happy to submit those now and have those marked or during the course of the examination.
Okay, the clerk is telling me we don't need to do them, but we will be starting for the Baker side, it'll be starting with EE. And then for the district, it'll be starting, do you have also exhibits, Mr.
Well,
Dwyer?
we do have exhibits and then we have our proposed findings and decision, which
Okay.
I believe we normally mark as exhibits. And then we have our two declarations from our witnesses. So we
Okay.
have those prepared to submit and be marked.
Do you want those now, Madam Clerk? Okay. Well, how many do you have, sir? How many do you have?
Madam Chair, we have, I should know the number, 1, 2. How many?
I think it's 12.
12. We have 12 demonstrative exhibits. And Mr. Dwyer reminds me that we also have a declaration of our witness, Mr. Andrioli, and of course, proposed findings and decision. And so if the board would like those submitted as exhibits, we would do that as well.
Would my board members like them now? Want them all now? Okay, we'll take them now.
Certainly.
Yes. I also need the translator to come back in so that we can also give or administer to you the oath of office. It's not of office, I'm sorry, the oath.
Madam Chair, a question for you.
Yes.
So our proposed findings and decision is attached to our submitted petition that's been filed with the board. Would you still like that as a separate exhibit?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. For the translator, if you can please raise your right hand. Do you swear on penalty of perjury that you will be presenting to the public in translation exactly what is being stated by both parties? Okay, thank you very much.
There are 2 interpreters, Madam Chair, if you'd like, I can.
Yes, yes.
So, Madam Chair, the respondents exhibit category or sequence will be EE, and the district will be
35. The starting, we will start at 35 based on the minute order of the last hearing. Huh? Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and upon penalty of perjury that you will be translating from, is it Spanish to English and English to Spanish?
I do.
Okay, wait a minute. And that you will be presenting the exact information that is being stated by either party? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, what is? Okay, these are rules. Yeah, but who's giving? Are these coming from the petitioner or
these are from the
from the
district.
district? Yeah.
These are in the district.
It appears.
Well, from the district, right?
Everything that I'm handing you right.
Okay,
One more to go.
Okay, thank you.
You can tell the caption on the top.
But you don't have captions.
true.
Beats me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. What he has in his hand now?
So these are all from the district?
Just these are from the district, okay. Petitioner.
Actually, the district.
I'm sorry, responded. Yeah, this is different. Yeah, this is, we're starting with the, is that it? Is that it? Okay. All right, so let's start with the declaration of Atul Kandari on behalf of the district. That will be number 35. Declaration of Paolo Longoni, that will be number 36. The proposed findings and decision granting the second modified order for abatement will be 37. Well, I suppose we can do. Let's do the red line first. Okay, so that's gonna be, let's see, 37. And then the clean version will be 38. Okay, then on behalf of the respondent, we have the declaration of Jason Andreoli, and that will be marked as EE. And then we have the proposed findings and decision that will be FF. Okay, and that's it from the respondent, correct? Madam Clerk? That's it from the respondent, and then we have the 12
Yes.
others?
Yes,
Okay.
those 12 will come in during the examination.
Okay,
Presentation.
so the ones that we have presently are entered into evidence. Okay. All right, I believe now we can go to our opening statement. Mr. Dwyer?
Madam Chair, we're making the request, so I think I believe the board had suggested that we make an initial opening statement.
Are you okay with that, Mr. Dwyer?
Yes, I think that's
Okay.
appropriate here.
All right, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and esteemed board members. As I said earlier, my name is George Jiganis, and I'm a partner at the law firm DLA Piper. This is my colleague Isabella Neal. We were retained by Baker Commodities about 1 year ago, almost exactly. And our mandate with Baker has been to support them in their efforts to change the tone and the direction of the issues and the relationship with the district. And it's my pleasure to report to the board with confidence that Baker and the district have largely succeeded in doing just that. We are not without disputes, and you'll hear about those disputes today, those disputed issues. And my hope is that we will resolve them in a mode of collaborative discussion that has characterized our interactions over the past 12 months. And I've expressed my appreciation to District Council for that manner of operation. So we'll talk about the disputes, but first, the good news. You'll hear today that the lawsuit, the parties' claims against each other in Superior Court has been resolved and dismissed. All of the notices of violation that were the subject of so much controversy about Baker's rendering operation have been resolved. You'll hear that Baker has put those issues behind it and is attempting to move on. You'll see evidence of Baker's careful compliance with the terms of this hearing board's order of abatement, and we will show how this court's abatement order has given rise to a moment of inflection in the 87-year history of Baker Commodities in Vernon. On the one hand, Baker has heard the voices of vocal community members in neighborhoods that now surround the industrial area where Baker and other renderers have operated. They don't want rendering and the odors that can accompany it near where they live and work and go to school. And Baker has listened carefully to the district. It's heeded its concerns, and it's used the abatement time to reflect on what kind of regulatory relationships it wants, and what kind of those regulatory relationships are likely if it continues to render in the city of Vernon. And for those reasons, you will hear today that Baker has voluntarily surrendered its license to render at this facility. Baker has no plan to conduct rendering in Vernon moving forward. On the other hand, you will also hear evidence about the overwhelming need for rendering material to be collected in the Southern California area. You will hear that the vital services that rendering provides, a net carbon negative service process, is now conducted at only one public rendering facility in all of Southern California. You will hear testimony about what this situation has done to things like pricing for raw material collection in the area, and about the negative and environmentally harmful and unhealthy things that can happen when access to rendering is narrowed. And you'll hear about the other community involved here, a community put very much at risk by Baker's continued inability to operate. That is Baker's roughly 135 employees, most of them union members, who call this company their working home, their job, and their community. They are at risk here. So, Baker has found a way to balance the needs of these communities and to do so responsibly. Baker plans to convert, as you will hear, to a transloading business. It will collect raw material from customers throughout Southern California. These are grocery stores, butcher shops, food sellers who depend on these vital services every day. And Baker will consolidate that material at its facility, fully enclosed within a permanent total enclosure, and then truck it to rendering facilities elsewhere outside of this area. You'll hear about all of the numerous safeguards that Baker has in place to protect against odors escaping during this operation, and you will see evidence of the numerous major, expensive capital improvements that Baker has committed to make at this facility, all to minimize odors. You have heard before, you have before you rather, multiple detailed standard operating procedures for operations, housekeeping, and for odor response. All of these, by the way, Baker is happy to have enforceable by the district, and we'll talk about what seems to be a misunderstanding on that issue. You'll hear about the multiple conservative safeguards and redundancies that Baker has designed to keep odor from being a problem for this operation. And you'll hear about all this, importantly, from the only witness who will testify today who has any experience actually conducting and understanding all of the operational and economic parts of a raw material operation like this. And he has decades of such experience. The other witnesses you will hear from today do not have that experience. Instead, you'll hear from the district's esteemed witnesses who respectfully today will offer you their conjecture based on assumptions, some of them not correct, but not based on specific analysis of this planned operation. Where Baker witnesses will walk this board through calculations, through logistics, and through careful planning, you will not hear that foundation from the district's witnesses. And as much as we very much respect and appreciate their care and their collaboration throughout this process, we will posit that the weight of the evidence will show you that what Baker is proposing for this facility is appropriate. One other thing that you won't hear from the district witnesses today is discussion of that other community, those union employees and others in the Baker family who will lose their livelihoods if Baker is not given the fair opportunity to show how well this company can serve the vital needs of all of the communities of Southern California, in Vernon and beyond. I'll conclude my opening, esteemed board members, by suggesting that happily, the parties have worked very hard to narrow their disputes for the board's consideration. And I think we've been quite successful. But there are basically four, in our view, four closely related operational disputes and one sort of legal framework dispute that I think continue to be at issue. The four operational disputes are: how much poundage of raw material can be held for transport at one time in Baker's permanent and total enclosure? Secondly, should there be strict and inflexible limits on how quickly raw material must exit from that permanent and total enclosure and the facility? Third, what times of day may trucks enter and leave the facility? And fourth, how often and under what conditions must wash down of material occur inside the permanent and total enclosure? And then finally, that legal framework question, I think the issue before the board there is, how should the board's order of abatement terminate if the board were to accept the proposal, either proposal or something in between? How should the board's order of abatement terminate? And should the district be given essentially unilateral authority to dictate to this board and to Baker when and under what conditions that happens through their permitting authority, through the district's permitting function? We look forward to addressing all of this with the hearing board today, and we look forward to what we hope continues to be a collaborative approach. We are confident that the board, considering this evidence, will agree that Baker has carefully considered and applied experience specific to the issues at hand, sound analysis and calculation, conservative and safe limits on activities, and that Baker deserves an opportunity to show that it can operate this business in harmony with the surrounding community within the limitations that Baker is confident are protective, and not with the prior restraint of regulation by conjecture of a problem that does not exist through limitations that would prevent this business from being viable even before it has started. Thank you very much for your time, and we look forward to today's procedure.
Thank you. Mr. Dwyer?
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. What is before the hearing board today is where the district and the board wanted Baker to be 2 years ago. The board's first order reflected the need to repair and clean up a facility operating in disarray, not in compliance with district rules or its permit. We all wanted to see Baker clean up its operations and to make the necessary capital improvements to its facility. Baker has taken up the board's call to action and has decided to change its operations and make capital improvements. At the same time, although Baker has cleaned up and has decided to cease its animal rendering operations, it will still be bringing in significant amounts of animal rendering material with a continued potential for odor. The conditions in the proposed order need to reflect this transition, and the conditions need to be in place to limit potential odor as Baker takes on this new venture. On Friday, May 24th, 2024, Baker's counsel filed stipulated facts. The 15 facts in that document are agreed upon by the parties. So my counsel has recognized that Micah is no longer in the. Okay. Further evidencing the amount of agreement between the parties are the two proposed findings and decisions submitted by the parties. On May 24th, this past Friday, District's Council submitted the district's proposed findings and decision, and included in that submittal was a comparison document showing the differences between what Baker has proposed and what the district is proposing. There is a lot of similarities between the two parties' proposals. One of the first differences you will see when reviewing that comparison document is that the district disagrees that Baker has given up all rendering at its facility. Baker has not ceased rendering used cooking oil or trap grease at its facility. As a business decision, Baker has decided to cease traditional type rendering, where it would cook and further process the raw animal parts at the facility. And as a part of that business decision, Baker has decided to start collection services at the facility, which it refers to as transloading. Now, I think it's really important here to understand that Baker has not completely given up rendering at its facility. At this point, the district does not see a good reason why we need to dig into a continued applicability of Rule 415. That could be an inefficient use of our time today. But if the topic does need to be further explored here, I suggest that we have further briefing on that issue. It'd be a better use of everyone's time if that was necessary. Back to the proposed findings and decision. The second biggest difference concerns the district's desire to have enforceable order for abatement conditions for Baker's collection services. Now, as my colleague, Baker's counsel has pointed out, there are differences of opinion, as you have gathered from reviewing Baker's witnesses declaration and the district witnesses declarations. There was apparent confusion and misunderstanding as to whether the parties wanted Baker's standard operating procedures to be part of the abatement order. It's now clear that both parties are asking the hearing board to put in the order enforceable operational conditions. The district still favors specific enforceable conditions rather than several standard operating procedures that provide too much flexibility and some of which are too uncertain to enforce. The conditions being proposed by the district are for the interim period where Baker will be operating its collection center before the extension is permitted to operate. These limits consider the fact during this interim period, Baker will not have a permitted conveyor to take material from raw rendering material pit and load it into trucks. Given the time it takes to load trucks without using a screw conveyor, it stretches the imagination to see how they can manage 200,000 pounds. The district views that fact as very important for why the 200,000 maximum limit proposed by Baker is unrealistic and poses an unacceptable risk of potential odor. The district has received far less odor complaints in the Vernon area since the September 2020 order for abatement. We must tread carefully here to not unreasonably increase potential odor. The district remains open to hearing from Baker's witness on how he envisions the collections operation will operate during this interim period, where permits related to the conveyor and the extension of the permanent total enclosure are pending. Representing the public, we have an obligation to understand how Baker is proposing to operate and to set limits on those operations to ensure we minimize the potential for odors. The district put forth its reasons why and considered Baker's requests for flexibility. The declaration of Paolo Longoni and Atul Kandahari set forth the district's reasons for limiting the amount of material stored in the permanent total enclosure to 60,000 pounds and requiring a cutoff time where all material must be out of the permanent total enclosure to ensure that the equipment and surfaces that come into contact with the raw material are cleaned daily. The district is seeking for this board to keep the proposed conditions intact that set forth fair limitations on Baker's operations while they transition their operations to something entirely new at this location. Again, most of these are already agreed upon by the parties, but the district sees a specific limitation or specific limitations related to the collection center activities as necessary here. That's all I have for my opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do you want to call your first witness?
Yes, Madam Chair. We would like to call Jason Andrioli.
Mr. Andrioli, if you can please state your name, spell your name, and then also tell us that whether you have taken the oath or not.
Like me to go up here?
Yes, if you can come up to the front desk.
Yeah, why don't we have Jason sit here?
Yeah, that'll go back.
Oh.
Good morning. My name is Jason Andrioli, Jason, Andrioli, Andreoli. And yes, I have taken oath.
And your position with the company?
I'm the general manager and a corporate production manager at Baker Commodities.
Madam Chair, during Mr. Andrioli's examination, we will be presenting a series of demonstrative exhibits. What I think we've planned is to put the easel right here and to put the poster board of these exhibits there. We also have paper copies of the whole set for each of the board members and for the district council. Does that work?
My only concern is that can the camera pick it up so that the public can also see that
So we
easel?
is it set up online?
Yes, so we have electronic copies that
Okay.
can be pulled up at the same time.
Okay.
So I'm gonna, if with the chair's permission, I'm gonna take a moment to set this up.
Oh, sure. That's the finding.
Okay, you can hold on. I don't know if that's gonna hold all of that weight.
Maybe
And they're also going to appear on the screen. Okay, we have hard copies. Great, okay.
So shall I circulate these?
Yes, please.
To the board?
Yes, yes. That's what she said she's gonna do. Is that her? I think she's trying to do it right now.
She wants it.
Okay,
Anything else?
Okay, that's fine. I'll use that.
Yeah, yes, GT. Yes. Okay, we are going to be marking the photographs as Exhibit GG.
Madam Chair, shall we mark each of these demonstratives as separate exhibits or
We're gonna take them all
the
together.
whole set together? Okay.
But I don't want to begin until we are sure that the public can see them as well. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you. Jason, why don't we start today, actually? By referring to Exhibit FF. Can you take a look at this? That is your declaration, correct?
Yes, it is.
And prior to today, have you reviewed and prepared this declaration?
Yes.
Okay. And so having reviewed it, everything that you've stated in that declaration is accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Any changes or anything that you need to make to it?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Jason, tell us a bit about your background. When did you graduate from school and when did you begin to work at Baker?
I got my bachelor's degree in public administrations about 20 years ago. I got my MBA about 10 years ago. I started working for the company more or less right out of college. The first position I took was I worked in the lab about 5 to 6 months. In the lab, what we do is we do quality control for incoming material and finished product going out. And for example, raw material coming in, we check to ensure that it meets a certain quality due to the fact that in the rendering operation, if we get lower quality raw material, the product value is not going to be as good in finished sales. So we ensure the product coming in is fresher. After I worked in the lab for about 5 months, I left the company for about a year.
Before we move on, you mentioned that higher quality raw material is better for sales for rendering. What do you mean? What is higher? Why do you want higher quality material in rendering?
So with raw material coming in, if the certain aspects of the material, if it degrades, then what it'll do is in the rendering process, if it's more of a degraded product, it will increase the processing time of rendering, increasing your cost per ton. And also your finished grade product will not be as worth as much on the sale market.
Okay. So thank you. Please continue with your experience.
So after being gone for about a year, I came back. Then I went, my first position back was I started working in the raw material area for collections. The job was to offload raw material trucks, then utilize skip loaders to push the material into the pit or bobcats or utilize forklifts, ensure the material is going into the rendering system quickly. After that position, I went to load meat and bone meal containers for sales. And during that process, you utilize a large screw that goes inside a loading container for shipping. And you utilize a truck to start the container at the screw at the very front of the container, and you slowly pull away as the container fills up with meat and bone meal. And then that's loaded up and marked for sales. And after that position, I went to the engineering department for about 3 or 4 months. In that position, I did data collection throughout the plant. I also did designs for such, as I was talking about, screws for moving material. Also such things as catch basins for the water plant designs, reviewing plans, utilize software such as AutoCAD. After that position, I went to work on the grease dock, which is where we received used cooking oil. And during that process, We more or less screen the contaminants out of the used cooking oil as it's brought in by trucks. And I did that for about 3 or 4 months, maybe 5. From that, so that product then goes to tanks for further separation. And from the use, from what we call as a star dock is where we collected used cooking oil. From that point, I then went on to work in the grease tank farm, which is where the used cooking oil goes after it's been screened. There we take it a step further for refining. We do gravity separation and heating. Worked there for a few months. Then after that department, I went to the rendering operation where I was a cooker operator. Where we take raw material, we cook it to a certain temperature and break it into finished goods such as the mean bone meal and tallow. After that job, I went to work on in the tallow department, where in the tallow department, it's a little bit more refining of the tallow to get more of a finished grade product for sales and make sure it's higher quality. As I was previously stated, the higher the quality, the more we get for it. And from the tallow department, I went to the water plant, and the water plant where we receive all different ends of product from either grease trap, water throughout the plant, other processes. And we clean that water up, and then once this meets a certain spec, we discharge it into the sewer.
Before you go on, I just want to make a correction that the actual exhibit for Mr. Andreoli's testimony declaration is EE. F I had marked as the proposed findings and decision. Just a correction there.
Chairman, I ask a quick question. I know we had submitted declarations in advance, and I know some of this material is going over what's in the declaration. We're fine with that. We just want to make sure we also have an opportunity to present testimony that was in our declaration.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
yes, but as we had discussed in the pre-conference hearing, that based on the fact that there is a declaration, that the testimony that would be presented by the witnesses today would be more of a summary, so that it would not be an in-length questioning that we had originally, and that's what we were trying to get away from. So if we can, if both sides can adhere to that, I think we'll be fine.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just for clarification. So the initial document that was posited by DLA Piper is E, you said EE, not EEE.
Double E,
E,
EE.
okay, so not the extra E. Okay, just want to make sure of that. So the FF remains FF,
Correct.
and then this is still GG. Okay, got it. All right, no problem. Thank you.
No problem. Sorry for the interruption.
They're totally fine. Let's see. After the water plant, I went on to move and operate the centrifuges where we have sludging coming to those centrifuges. We call them centrifuges units. At that point, there's a 3-part separation. We remove water, organic solids, and grease. And let's see. From there, trying to remember.
Did you work in procurement after that?
Yes. And then from there, I went to procurement. And in procurement, initially started off at the scale where we weighed incoming and outgoing vehicles, took customer calls, did logistical support. And after working in there, then I went on to route trucks. First started in doing grease pickups, then went on to the grease trap pickup routes, and then went into fat and bone collection routes.
Okay.
And the fat and bone collection routes, for example, we would pick up food processors, grocery stores, mom and pops. And we extended all over Southern California, everywhere from up to, like, say, Santa Barbara and down to San Diego.
Okay. And after that, you work in marketing?
Yes. So after I did, actually, I think after that, I did customer service.
Okay.
So-
And just, I'm trying to push this
Yeah,
along.
no worries.
So customer service and then marketing.
Yes, and then in marketing after customer service.
And then did you work in accounting after that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you work in the financial overview department, the specialty products department after that?
Yeah, I did special products where I did financial overview, pricing analysis, projections,
Okay. And now you're the facilities general manager, is that right?
That is correct.
So I won't go back through all of those positions, but would you say it's fair to say that you've worked in every significant position at Baker's facility?
Mostly all of them.
And you're familiar with how raw material operations operate?
Yes.
Let's talk a bit about Baker. Very briefly, if we look at the first set of documents in Exhibit GG, the two photographs, we're one past that. Yeah, there we go. Oh, no. We go back to the two.
He wants these two up there.
Could we have whoever is operating the electronic exhibits go back to the exhibit that is document titled Demonstrative 8, please?
Okay, well, why don't we just start with this? This is fine. So is this an overview? This is an overview of the facility, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and before the order of abatement, what did the facility do? What were the lines of business?
Grease trap, grease processing, and hard material rendering.
And how much material in the rendering operation did the facility process?
We would do about 7,000 to 9,000 tons a month, or about 14 million to 18 million pounds a month.
14 million to 18 million pounds of raw material rendered on a monthly basis. That's what you said?
Yes, it's about 800,000 pounds a day.
So 800,000 pounds of raw material rendered at that facility per day
Yes.
before the order of abatement. Okay. And after the order of abatement was put into place, what did the facility do?
After the order of abatement was put into place, we only did grease collection at the facility.
Okay, grease collection. And then was the order modified at some point?
Yes, it was. The order was modified so that we can continue to utilize the water plant. And at that point, we were able to receive grease trap water and process the water from our grease processing as well.
Okay. And you've submitted in your declaration that Baker has surrendered its rendering license. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did Baker do that? Why did Baker make that decision?
It was a very difficult decision. We've been rendering for a very long time, and we were, after the abatement order, it was difficult because we went back to all our employees. It was hard to see where, close to 200 people starting to question if they were going to have a job.
So you're saying when the rendering stopped, you're talking about the impact of
Yes.
ceasing rendering at the facility. Okay, go ahead.
So we went back, and instead of letting go of people, we tried to figure out if we could make it work. We kept employees on without terminating anybody, and we had people, painting, just doing side work, painting inside the office, moving furniture around.
So Baker, after the order of abatement, when rendering was ceased at the facility, no raw material could enter the facility, Baker kept its employees associated with those operations?
That is correct.
And how long did Baker keep all of those employees?
It was about a year, and then over about a year time, the millions of dollars in losses just kept piling up, and things were getting so difficult that we started having to make really hard decisions.
And Baker ultimately had to terminate some employees?
About 20, yes.
About 20, you said?
Yeah, 20 employees.
Okay, but you're still keeping on employees that would otherwise be rendering?
Yes.
Are there other rendering operations in Southern California?
There used to be a couple more, but there's only one rendering operation in Southern California. That's a public rendering company, yes.
And what is a public rendering company? Rendering company?
A public rendering company is a rendering company that takes and renders raw material from different sources, such as grocery stores, slaughterhouses, and food manufacturers throughout the facility, and not just their own product.
And what is the impact? What have you witnessed an impact of there only being one rendering facility in Southern California?
Yeah, there's been a few different impacts that have generally happened. one on the customer basis, we have noticed prices at, say, grocery stores doubling to tripling. We've noticed also certain grocery, which has been passed on to obviously their customers.
I'm sorry, when you say prices at grocery stores, you mean the price for collecting raw material?
That is correct.
Okay.
And which, that, like I said, that price is probably more likely pushed on to their customers. We also notice a lack of pickup service. There's a lot of actually other facilities out there, such as grocery stores, that are really asking us a lot of questions if we're going to be coming back because they're not getting picked up and they're having issues with collections. There's also been issues that I've noticed about environmental where raw materials had to go to the dump.
So if raw material doesn't get picked up to go to some renderer somewhere, what happens to it?
It could end up going to, well, it's not supposed to, but it could go into a dump during emergencies. You could have grocery stores, sadly, if they get desperate enough, they could be thrown into their trash bins. And then that goes to the dump and it could create pathogens, increase carbon emissions, and it could just create, a safety hazard for the public.
So, okay, so in view of all this, Baker, the reason we're here today is because Baker is proposing to do another business. Is that right?
That's correct.
Tell me about that.
So the idea is, we've been, as stated, we were trying to figure out a plan about how to help out and, keep our employees and meet the community's needs. Who doesn't, that we saw that, they don't want to see us run anymore, but we came up with a solution that we could feel we can meet all those criteria, which is to bring product in, into our facility and keep it within the BT and then take that product and send it out to different rendering facilities.
And have you, we'll talk in more detail about that business, but have you designed this business to minimize the issue of odors while remaining viable?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to walk through a few of these exhibits that are going to, I believe, depict what's at the facility, and I'd like to have you explain to us how this rendering raw material collection operation will work. So if I'm going to, Madam Chair, with your permission, I'm going to change some of these demonstratives.
And for the benefit of the person controlling the electronic demonstratives, this will be demonstrative number 8.
So Jason, you have a laser pointer here. Maybe we can switch seats and that will give you better angle. So as you mentioned, this is an overview, an aerial view of the Baker facility in Vernon, correct?
Yes, it is.
So walk us through what this raw material collection operation will do and how the process will flow.
I want to make sure I don't shine anybody with this thing first. Yeah, sorry about that. So how will the collection of the raw material happen?
And if you need to scoot around over here more.
So the collection of the raw material receiving, so raw material vehicles would come covered in their raw material trucks up to the security gate.
When you say covered, what do you mean?
There is a roller tarp on top of the bat and bone truck that goes over the bed of the truck.
The trucks are coming in and they have covers over them.
That's correct.
Okay.
So it'll come up to that point into the security gate. As after it's cleared, it will come into the facility, covered onto the scale to be weighed. So we could get a heavyweight and the vehicle is checked in.
When you say heavyweight, what does that mean?
So in the morning, the vehicle goes out, gets a lightweight. And then as the vehicle comes in at night, it gets heavyweight. So we can determine how much total volume is in the truck.
So you know what the weight of the truck is when it leaves, it collects material. You find out what the weight is when it gets in, and then you know the weight of that material.
That's correct.
Okay.
So once the vehicle comes into the facility, the vehicle will then the route fat and bone truck will then come up around this point over to a loading area here on most of the time. It also has the ability to come in through this way as well.
And what is that building that your laser pointer is on right now?
That is the permanent total enclosure.
Okay.
So once the fat and bone truck comes up to this point, an employee will then go open the door. And as he's opening the door, the system is actually linked to the air curtains. And as the door gets turned on, the air curtains get immediately turned on. So as the roll-up door comes on, the high velocity air curtains push air down towards the ground.
What is an air curtain?
An air curtain is an odor control piece of equipment for a PT, a permanent total enclosure.
And how does the air curtain control odors?
It creates almost like a blanket or a wall, so air cannot come out or air cannot come in. It creates like a blanket or a wall, so no.
Okay, so in the air conditioner, the air curtain is mounted above the roll top door,
Yes, that's correct.
and it automatically turns on when the roll top opening is initiated.
That is, yes.
How fast is that air moving?
It's about 3,000 feet per minute.
3,000 feet per minute.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so the door opens, the air curtain is on, and then what happens?
So once the door is up and the air curtain is on, the covered truck then comes into the permanent total enclosure. After it goes into the permanent total enclosure, the door is then closed. And once the door is closed to the ground, the air curtain will turn off. And then once that happens, the fat and bone driver or employee helping out will then offload the fat and bone that's in the trailer. And they do that through a PTO system where the bed of the truck lifts up and dumps all the raw material down onto the slab or floor. As no, we call it the slab, but it's a floor.
Okay.
So once it has done that, we then take a skip loader or moving mechanism and push the material into the raw material pit.
Okay.
And then once the material is pushed in the pit, we'll have an employee come up with a hose and wash down the backside of the bed liner, get anything out so it stays within the permanent total enclosure.
So that once the truck bed is empty, an employee rinses out or washes out the truck bed?
Yes.
Okay.
And then once that is done, then the bed will be dropped back down, and then the vehicle is then ready to exit. We open the door, and as the door opens, the air curtains will turn back on, and the driver will exit. And then as the driver exits, he comes back around this way or comes back out here, and then he goes to a parking or staging area here.
Okay. So in summary, the trucks that come in with raw material in them are covered.
Yes.
And they're covered at all times that they're not inside the PTE or permanent and total enclosure?
Yes, they're covered at all times.
And when the door of the permanent total enclosure opens, an air curtain turns on.
Yes.
And then the door is closed and the truck remains covered until the door is completely closed.
Yes.
And then the material is dropped and the truck is washed out
After it drops its load, yes.
every time.
Every time.
Okay. And then the truck leaves and the air curtain turns on again.
Yes, while the vehicle is leaving and the door is open.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm going to show you a few depictions of the facility and ask you to talk about those briefly.
Sure.
For the electronic demonstrative, this will be the document titled Demonstrative 1.
Okay. Jason, there's been some discussion in your declaration and throughout the prior proceedings here of an area called the Star Dock. What is that?
Star Dock, or this area on this side is called what we call the Bonds Dock, is an area where we used to receive fat and bone barrels from a certain customer. And previously what would happen is the fat and bone barrels would be collected onto the dock right here. Used to right here, there was a dumping unit, which used to dump the fat and bone barrels, the raw material into a loading screw. That loading screw would then take the raw material up and dump it into a truck that's sat over here. We also had a barrel washer right here too.
So was this raw material, when you say it was dumped out, this was exposed raw material?
Yes.
Okay. And there's no, I don't see a screw conveyor there now. Is there a screw conveyor at the Star Dock now?
No, it's been disassembled and removed.
And is there raw material? Is there a plan to handle raw material at the Star Dock?
No, there's no plan to handle raw material to start up.
Is there any plan in this business to handle exposed raw material outside of the permanent total enclosure?
No, there's not.
Okay.
For the electronic exhibits, this will be the document titled Demonstrative 5.
Okay. Jason, in your declaration and in our discussions with the district, we've talked about enclosures that the facility is planning to build or committed to build in this process. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, can you walk us through what these two photos show?
Sure. This photo shows the centrifugal units, which are actually up over here. So the enclosure would be for the solids or organics that come off the centrifugal units. Okay.
So the centrifugal units are centrifugal motors that are mounted above this trash bin. Is that right?
That is correct.
What do they do?
So there are three-stage separators. They separate water, grease, and organic solids. They rotate at a very high volume to be able to make that rotation.
And then what comes down into the trash bin?
Is organic solids fall down into the trash bin right here.
Okay.
So it falls down to this point and then it goes into here.
And what happens when it looks like there's an apron that is covering the enclosure or the opening?
Yeah, so there's a boot or like a chute that falls into the trash bin.
Okay.
So once the trash bin has been filled up, we cover it and then we take it over to covered trash bins to be dumped into.
Okay, so this trash bin, when it's pulled out of there, it's covered.
Yes.
And when you dump it into another trash bin, that's covered too?
Yes.
Okay, so there's going to be an enclosure around this. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll ask you about that. We're going to show some renderings. And then what about the next picture? What is that?
So this is a J&M catch basin screening box. So right here, this is where we grease, more or less greasy water comes in. We screen out the grease and any organic solids is then dropped in here. We also offload sludge into here. And so the purpose of this is to screen out that sludge material, allow anything that is more liquefied to process through a pumped closed system. And then any like heavy solids, such as sometimes we can get rocks, forks, more or less you name it, anything that go down the drain, comes up here and then is dumped into a trash bin over here.
Okay, and then
This is currently not operational.
it's not operating.
No, it's not.
Okay. Let me show you another.
This will be the document titled Demonstrative 11.
Okay, let's start here with the actual photograph. What is that photograph?
So this photograph is our grease trap pit screw right here. This area over here that you can't really see is actually where there's a pipe and we offload grease trap water into. There's a screening box that's kind of under the ground here. The water is discharged to the pipe. It goes on through the screening box. Any water that can get through the screens is then pumped through a closed system to the tanks. And any heavy solids, like kind of talked about in the other one, like you get forks, solids, or anything goes into the trash bin here.
Okay. And that is operating, is that right?
Yes.
And is that trash bin covered?
When it's transported over to the trash, the dumpsters, yes, it is covered.
Okay. Now there's a 3D rendering right next to that. Is that a 3D rendering of an enclosure that's going to be built around this?
Yes, this is a proposed enclosure that we submitted. This design will cover the trash bin and the screw here. So then it's going to have, on the opposite side, there's a swinging door, and then also be hooked up to the scrubber here.
Okay, so that in the photograph, that area where that trash bin is and where the where the chute dumps down into that trash bin, that's all going to be within a permanent enclosure?
Yes, the enclosure is going to come up to this point, come out over here and drop down right about here.
Okay. And has a permanent application been submitted for that?
Yes,
And have you received a draft permit for that?
yes.
Okay. Bear with me one moment.
This will be the document with the document title demonstrative 10.
Okay. Jason, these are two more three-dimensional renderings, right?
Yes.
And can you walk us through these?
Sure. The top one is those three-stage centrifuges I spoke about. Those are the units where it takes the sludge and separates it into water, solids, and grease. So you can see down here where the product was dumping the solid organics down into. We're proposing to put this enclosure around it. And this thing will actually also have a door here. It just open so people could see inside.
Okay, so that will be a permanent enclosure of that Centrisis trash pit.
Yes,
Okay, and has a permit application been submitted for this?
yes,
And have you received a draft permit?
yes,
Okay, and Baker's committed to build this enclosure as well?
yes, we are.
Okay, what about the next one?
So this next one is where I was talking about the skimming unit where we put our greasy water into, where it skims off the grease off the top. So the skimmer unit would be like right here. That product drops down into the chute. You can see right here onto the screening box. And then the product is that we also upload in here in the sludge that goes on screen. All those heavy solids I talked about would come up this closed screw and then drop into the trash bin here. And this would be a closed system here and with a door.
Okay, and we saw a picture of this equipment earlier that it's not operating, right?
No, it's not currently operating.
But it will be enclosed and then be able to operate. Is that the plan?
Yes.
And have you submitted a permit application for this?
Yes, I have.
And have you received a draft permit?
Yes.
Okay.
For the electronic demonstrative, this is the document with document title demonstrative 4.
Okay. Getting to the meat.
Okay.
So, these are a couple of photographs. What are these photographs?
So earlier, well, this is our current permanent total enclosure. This is the west side, and that is a roll-up door there. And this is a view of inside that enclosure. As you can see, the roll-up door is partially open here. Right now, our dumpsters are inside of there. Right here, as we previously spoke about, here's the raw material pit where we used to push raw material into. And this is the slab or floor where we dump the material onto and then gets pushed in. There's some drainage here also within here that all this drainage and this floors goes to a sump that's within the enclosure. And that is something we recently have done as a newer addition to the facility. We put all new drainage and an internal sump pump within this enclosure.
You put all new drainage inside the permanent total enclosure and a new sump pump?
Yeah, so everything that is collected, all the water that's collected within that raw material enclosure or permanent total enclosure is sustained within there, and then it gets pumped out through a closed system to the water plant.
Through a closed system?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just briefly point out, I propped up the aerial view of the facility again. Can you just briefly confirm where this is in the facility? And if you peek over there, you'll see the.
So we're from the viewpoint, we're right here, looking into here, right here. This is the current flow.
And in this photograph, I see what looks like a white dumpster. What is that?
That's one of the dumpsters that we take the solids or the trash and we dump into those dumpsters that are hauled off to the dump.
And is that going to stay there if Baker commences the raw material?
No, those would be pulled out and covered and then stay covered as they're taken to the dump.
Okay.
The next electronic demonstrative is the document titled Demonstrative 2.
Okay. This is a schematic diagram. Can you explain to us what this is?
Sure. We were just looking at the permanent total enclosure, and we were looking in from this point here. That was a viewpoint we could see here where we saw the white dumpster that was sitting there. This is the raw material pit that I was saying and this is the floor or the slab. This shows a viewpoint of 140,000 pounds that would used to sit into the raw material pit on a normal basis. And this is what 60,000 pounds generally looks like and is calculated out by our engineer. And that's how much general space it takes up.
Okay, so let's unpack that a little bit. Before we get there, there's a vertical line that's extending over the truck. Is that a structure that exists at the building now?
No, that is a proposed loading screw within this enclosure. As you can see, there's a loading truck here, which shows what it looks like as if it were being loaded.
Okay, but that's not something that's built right now.
No, it's not. It's not currently built.
All right, and so this shaded area, this hatched area outside the raw material pit that says 60,000 pounds, is that an accurate depiction of what 60,000 pounds of material would look like in terms of surface area within this PTE?
Yes.
And how do you know that's accurate?
Many years of working in rendering plants, I know what 60,000 pounds looks like. We also calculated what 60,000 pounds on a per square foot basis would take up.
Okay, so you asked your engineer at the facility to calculate that?
Yes.
Okay, it looks like there's a lot of room within the PTE outside of this 60,000 pounds. Is that right?
Yes, there's a lot of excess space outside the 60,000 pounds all around here in this general area.
Now, Jason, have you ever driven a skip loader?
Yes, I have.
Have you driven a skip loader within this PTE?
Not with this current PTE.
Okay. And how would the material be moved around? How would the 60,000 pounds be moved around?
So the 60,000 pounds would be pushed in with a skip loader or moved around in general basis. We also could use a smaller Bobcat, which is much smaller to be able to move that around. The idea for loading would be that we use a tractor system with a claw on it to be able to pick up the material before the screw would be permitted.
Okay. Let me unpack that a little bit. So either a Bobcat or what we're calling a skip loader would be used to push material around within this PTE to where it needs to be. Is that right?
Yeah, and a skip loader is like a big tractor with a big front shovel on it. So it makes it easy to move things around. And Bobcat's just a smaller version.
And you've witnessed skip loaders being used in this PTE?
Yes, when we used to be able to render within the facility.
Do you have any concerns about the ability of a skip loader to maneuver material as needed in this PTE?
No.
And why not?
We did it before, and we have a couple of different size units, and we also have a Bobcat. So it actually makes it easier to utilize a skip loader inside a facility because you have a general place you're pushing the material into. So you're always pushing in generally one direction. When, say, the raw material doesn't have a general direction to go, it pushes it around. It's kind of like having a dustpan with a broom. You'd be able to push it in and be able to pick it up. It's all in one spot.
Okay, and then tell us about the mechanism of pulling the material into the truck. This is during the time before you build an extension. Tell us about how that material is going to get into the truck.
So there's two ways it could be pulled in. We could use a skip loader to pick it up. And then there is the claw tractor system. It'd be a loading arm that extends over the pit with a claw that grabs it. And it takes the material from one point and then rotates and then loads the truck.
Okay, so it's sort of a crane or crane claw that picks up the material from the pit and loads it into the truck.
Yeah, that's a better explanation than mine, yeah.
And is that going to be, is there room for that?
Yes, there'll be room for multiple different vehicles. And one of the nicer parts too is you have these general areas where the vehicles sit while you're waiting to use it.
Okay. Let's talk a little more about this raw material pit.
Okay, I'm gonna want to call for a break pretty soon. So do you want to go for it now or do you want to go to the next slide depending upon how long it's going to take you?
I think this is a good time.
Okay, all right. So let's go for a 15-minute break starting now and you can stop the recording.
CC2, so if you need a
Oh.
private place to.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. CC2, which
Yes.
way direction?
I'll have to show you.
Oh, over there, right?
It's kind of like
Yeah,
around
it's
that
around-
way,
yeah,
yes.
Thanks very much.
You're
Would you-
welcome.
Mind grabbing my light?
Day, you can restart the hearing, the recording. Okay, and before we continue, I'm going to let Dr. Abraham make a statement in regards to his previous participation and coming up to speed.
Okay, Madam Chair, thank you so much. I was appointed to the hearing board after the initial hearings. I have all the documents. I've reviewed all the documents to date and whatever was available on the website and also the YouTube hearing videos. So if there's any objection, I guess, from either party,
Yeah,
I'm happy to
are there
stand
any
down, but I
objections?
feel comfortable participating if you guys do as well.
Are there any objections from either party for his
We
participation?
have no objection.
No objection here either.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed. Ah.
Okay, thank you and welcome back from break, Jason and everybody. So we were speaking, Jason, about this overview schematic of the permanent total enclosure, and we were about to talk about the raw material pit. And it says here that there's 140,000 pounds in that raw material pit in this schematic. And is that a representation of part of how you've calculated the maximum proposed poundage for this operation in the interim period?
That is a proposed general, what we are used to operations being about in the pit, 140,000 pounds.
And 140,000 plus 60,000 equals 200,000, right?
That's correct.
And is that where that number comes from in terms of proposing 200,000 pounds maximum raw material within the PTE?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm putting up another demonstrative here, and I do not have access to Miss Neal's computer, and I do not know where Miss Neal is. So we do see it on the screen. Okay. Oh, here it is. Great. Jason, these are two schematics that appear to show a depiction of the raw material pit. Is that correct?
That's correct. Both
So-
these are general overviews of the raw material pit. One is the general foundation, and this is the edge of the slab or the floor, as you can see, which sits flush with this. And then this is also the raw material pit, but it also shows here the back supporting wall.
Okay, so and we'll go through that, but first thing I want to ask you is in that on the first picture on the left, in the lower right corner that you were pointing to the overall drawing of a pit, and it looks like at the bottom of the pit on either sloped side there are a series of screws. Is that correct?
Yes, right here, there's multiple screws on this side and multiple screws on this side. And previously they took raw material and they would push the raw material towards the inward point to a incline screw here. That was used to take up to the rendering operation.
Okay, so those screws would turn and they would push raw material up towards the middle of the pit?
Yes.
Okay. Now there has been some suggestion in some of the declarations that of concern about raw material being stuck within those screws that couldn't be pulled out to be loaded into trucks. What's going to happen to those screws in the period of time when you're using a claw to load those trucks?
So these screws, during the time, the interim we're using the claw, these screws will actually be removed. So they will be taken out, and then we'll put big plates here, and they'll sit flush and get welded into the current structure. So as we drop the claw, we're able to grab the raw material and then pull it out.
Okay, so those screws are actually going to be removed
Yes.
and taken out completely from the pit.
Yes.
And then you said you're going to put plates over those floors where the screws currently are?
Yeah, these will be removed, and the plates will cover this general area and then we'll cover in here.
Okay, I'd like to show you one more exhibit real quick.
And the document title for the next demonstrative will be demonstrative 13.
Okay, so very quickly, can you tell us what these pictures are?
These are actually the plates. These, as you can see, they're pretty lengthy and very solid. They're very heavy. These would be the plates that would, if we, when we remove the screws, these would go down and sit flush on the bottom of the raw material pit.
Okay, so and these plates are at the facility right now,
Yes, they are.
and they're ready to be installed in the pit.
Yes.
You take out the screws, you put these plates down, you weld them down.
Yes, we weld them down and connect them.
Okay, so the bottom surfaces of this pit will be smooth. They won't have screws in them when you're using the claw to unload.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's go back to the exhibit marked pit volume calculations.
And that will be the document with document title demonstrative 12.
Okay, there's a series of equations in each of these schematics, right?
Yes.
And what are those equations?
These are the equations our head engineer put together to determine how much volume can fit within the raw material pit.
And who told him to make those?
I did.
Okay, and did you review those calculations with him?
I did. I reviewed them with him.
You did review them with him?
Yes.
Okay, can you walk us through what these calculations do?
Sure. How you did it, he broke each section of the raw material pit down, calculated the square footage, and then added all up. As you can see, volume set 1, 2, and 3. There's 1, and then 2, and then 3 right here. So 1's here, which is the platform. Let's see. And then, which is also, as you can see, is broken out here in the different sides here.
Mhm.
And then he calculates the total square area, so cubic area, and then it comes up to the total cubic feet and divides that by how much weighs a cubic foot of fat and bone, and gets a total of that the raw material pit here will fit about 170,000 pounds.
Okay, so just to break that down a little bit, the geometric shapes in the upper left-hand corner, looks like there are 5 geometric shapes, 2 that are labeled number 1, 1 on each side, 2 that are labeled number 2, 1 on each side, and then that wedge in the center is labeled number 3, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
And so then this equation calculates the volume of each of those shapes,
Yes, it does.
and then it calculates the weight of raw material, fat and bone, in terms of density, the volume or the weight per volume.
Yeah, it calculates the total cubic feet that it can hold, and then it's divided by the density of a pound of fat and bone.
Okay, and it comes up with a final weight or capacity for that for those geometric shapes for raw material.
Yeah.
And what is that number?
170,188.
170,188 pounds.
Yes.
Okay. And then what is the figure on the right? How does that differ?
So the figure on the right, as I was previously stating.
No, on the next picture over, the green.
Yeah. So this one sits flush without the backing here. This is the same raw material pit, but it has the back wall taken into account for the calculations, which that has always been there. So if we filled the raw material pit up and also used the back holding point, the raw material pit can actually hold up to 22,000 pounds.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. So it looks like the picture on the right has an additional shape on top of the 5 shapes that we talked about in the picture on the left. And it's that wedge that sits across the whole top of the pit. Is that right?
Yeah, so he's taken these same calculations I used here, but then he added this one here, which is going to be the triangular position of the top of the raw material pit.
And that and does that represent raw material if you were to fill it up to the back of that retaining wall that you described?
Yes.
Okay, and that number, if you were to do that, the volume capacity for the pit would be 222,000 and change?
Yes.
Okay. Well, so the flush picture is 170,000 pounds of capacity.
Yes.
But we're, in our prior schematic, if you'll recall, Baker is proposing only 140,000 pounds within the pit. Is that right?
Yes.
So that's 30,000 pounds less than 170. Is that right? Why?
We're just being conservative.
So the 140,000 pounds is a conservative number. That's less than the capacity of the pit.
Yes.
Okay, and certainly less than the capacity of the pit if it were filled to the retaining wall.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's talk briefly about some of the other safeguards that Baker has designed or Baker is using for its planned operations. Our submission to the hearing board contained a series of standard operating procedures that would describe operations or requirements for operations for Baker's proposed business. Is that right?
Yes.
And were you involved in the development of those SOPs?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I'll represent to you that the SOPs that were submitted include a transloading SOP. Do you know that one?
Yes.
And a housekeeping standard operating procedure. You know that one?
Yes.
And a sludge offloading or containment standard operating procedure. Do you know that one?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And an odor response plan.
Yes.
And you helped in preparing all of these?
Yes, I was.
And there's another submission for that describes an environmental specialist position. You aware of that?
Yes.
And is Baker proposing to hire an environmental specialist as a part of its operations?
One has already been hired.
One's already been hired.
Yes.
And that person is, what does that person do?
His job is to ensure environmental compliance and regulation compliance for the facility.
Okay. And that's a new position
It is.
since the order of abatement.
Yes.
Okay. There's been some talk, and I think we're probably in agreement at this point, but just to be clear, that is Baker's position that they are willing to have these standard operating procedures that are drafted enforceable by the Air District?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about a few of the issues that are in dispute here, or let's talk about all the issues that are in dispute here. One of them, as you know, we've talked about the times that the trucks could enter and exit the facility, right?
Yep.
And Baker is proposing a certain time period for the trucks to enter, that the trucks would be allowed to enter and exit the facility generally, correct?
We're proposing that we want some flexibility for the timeframes.
That's what's going to be my next question. So let's start with what would be typical. What will this operation typically involve in terms of when the trucks will leave the facility to go onto routes and when they'll come back?
So typically the trucks will leave anywhere from say 4 to 7 o'clock a.m.
And why do they do that?
The different times, some vehicles have to travel very far. Some have to do multiple different stops. Some have to come back and then go back out. So there's just a lot of different customer needs. There's also regulations on what time certain areas can be picked up. So certain areas you're not allowed to pick up before a certain time or after a certain time.
Okay, so each of these trucks has a planned route that they go out on.
Yes.
And that route has to account for when you're able to pick the material up from a customer?
Yeah, and certain customer needs are at different times too. They don't want to receive you during certain hours, and things change depending on the situation.
So customers might want you to come at a certain time because of their business operations or other demands?
Yeah, business operations, how busy they are, regulations within an area, it could vary.
Okay.
Pretty widely.
And so then you talked about when the trucks would come back. Can you tell us about that?
Trucks could come back anywhere from pretty long period of time, 3 to 7 or 8.
Okay, that's the typical time.
Yeah, typical say 4 to 6, but it, like I said, varies.
And why is there variability there?
Variability that one expands pretty large. The customer could go out, so there's a lot of different constraints. A customer fat and bone truck can go out, and depending on the customer might have had a full load, then he had a lot more volume than he thought he was going to. So you're not able to do many stops. You got to come back, then go back out, pick up the stops. There's also DOT restrictions for how many hours a driver could do in a day, or he might be at the end of his week. The driver could have a breakdown where he gets a flat tire. He could have an emergency call where he had to go late to something, or an emergency call could have been really far away. And then, there's diesel situation with how far the guy can go. So there's a lot of different variabilities when it comes to the routing.
What about traffic?
Traffic is another big suitor, depending on where he's going and the time he's coming back. Traffic, and as we're all in Southern California, we know it add a couple of hours to a drive.
Okay. So you've talked about the variability coming from customer demands, if they have more material that fills up the truck. You've talked about DOT restrictions on drivers, how many hours they can drive. You've talked about the possibility of breakdowns or flat tires. Is that right?
That breakdown could vary at any piece of the equipment, yes.
And then emergency situations. What's that?
Emergency situation, you have, say, a grocery store not paying attention and you got full, or say they had another provider and the provider hasn't picked them up in a long time, and they're calling you for help, and you want to be able to help out the place so it doesn't go to the dump.
So what would happen if that material doesn't get collected?
It's either going to go to the dump, or it's going to sit there and impact their food processing facility.
Okay. And then we talked about traffic. That seems rather obvious what the problem could be there, right? Okay. So how do you build routes around those types of issues?
So routes are built around all of those constraints taken into account, and they're changed on a normal basis because of those constraints. A customer's needs, say he's doing really well, say a store is doing really well for themselves, and all of a sudden it falls off. They don't need to do as many stops now, or vice versa. So the routes will change on a normal, pretty fluid basis, and needs to be very flexible for the customer changes. So they're built according to strengths of the volume, DOT hours, assets of the vehicles, repairs that need to be done on the vehicle. When it's, say, a vehicle's down because it needs major repairs, guys calling out sick, where the location is during traffic going to Santa Barbara, you're not going to be able to do as many. New customers have been brought on, exiting customers.
So you described a lot of different factors, and it sounds like a pretty complex operation to build and maintain routes.
Yes.
And is that why flexibility is needed in the ability of trucks to enter and exit the facility?
Yes, it is.
And what happens without that flexibility?
It's going to impact the customer's needs and our ability to meet those needs.
Okay. And anything else? I mean, if trucks weren't allowed to enter the facility and they were late because of traffic, what would happen?
But trucks were unable to allow to come into the facility, and because of traffic and there were certain limitations on hours when it needed to bring it in, trucks would have to park outside the facility.
And just sit there?
And just sit there, or have to go to the dump.
Okay. So as you know, one of the other issues that's in dispute here is the tonnage restrictions. In other words, how much, or poundage restrictions, how much material Baker can bring into the PTE to have in one place. And as you've submitted, the business plan is that Baker, before a PTE extension is built, which we'll talk about, Baker is proposing 200,000 pounds of material. Is that right?
Yes.
To be able to have that in the facility at once.
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that the district is proposing that only 60,000 pounds of material may be in the permanent total enclosure at once, right?
Yes, which would be equate to about one truck being taken out. Maybe.
Well, let me ask you about that. What is the capacity of a truck that leaves the facility?
The capacity is about 50,000 pounds on general normal basis. It's usually 45,000 because you want to give some discretion, because you want to go over DOT limits on weight. And And then also a problem with that is now it leaves another, say, 10,000, 15,000 pounds, and now you're shipping a truck with a very minimal load, which is not cost effective in any sense.
Okay, so let's unpack that a little bit. A truck can carry 50,000 pounds, but what you're saying is, as a safety margin, Baker would generally load its trucks with 45,000 pounds
Yes,
to leave the facility,
yes,
to go elsewhere out of the community to be rendered.
yes,
Okay, and the district is proposing a 60,000 pound limit on what can be in the PTE. Is that right?
yes,
And so that's one truck plus 15,000 pounds or so.
yes. Truck that's only 1/5 full.
Okay, so the idea would be then that you operate this business so that one truck per day can leave the business.
Yeah, wouldn't be feasible.
Okay, and what would happen if the 60,000 pounds of material were to leave? How would you then store material that was coming into the facility in order for that material to be then loaded into the PTE?
Could you rephrase?
Sure. So we're talking about 60,000 pounds of material in the facility at once.
Yes.
Right. And that's one truck plus some change.
Yes.
So then you've got trucks coming in from different routes throughout the day, right? How many routes are there, the trucks that go out?
So going out, it varies, but it could get anywhere up to like 11, with 11 different trucks doing multiple different routes all over the Southern California area.
Okay, so the trucks then come back to the facility, and let's say there's 60,000 pounds of material in the PTE, and it's in the process of having to be loaded. What happens to the next truck that comes in?
That's gonna have to sit.
It just sits.
Yep.
It's not allowed to go into the permanent total enclosure.
That's correct.
Okay, so are you able to operate a viable business this way?
No, it would, the routes would be destroyed. You wouldn't be able to meet all your customers' needs in any sense. You have all these assets to be able to cover a certain area which customers need, but then you wouldn't be able to pick up their volume.
Okay, so you would build out this business, but then based on that restriction, you would not be able to operate that business efficiently?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's talk about the third issue that's sort of in dispute here, and that is the turnover of the material, or how long the material can stay at the facility. Let's start with what is the projection? What is the plan? How long does Baker project that it will keep material at this facility in this operation?
The intention is to turn around all the raw material coming in one day in 24 hours.
In 24 hours?
Yes.
So the idea is that this business is built to move that material out within 24 hours.
Yes, we want to ensure that we get the material out as quickly as possible to ensure the quality of the material gets to different rendering facilities as fresh as possible. If it's not and the product degrades, certain rendering companies might reject it. It will slow down, like degraded product slows down the rendering process. And so the operating cost per ton will increase. And not to mention the product quality, like the meat and bone meal and the tallow, will lose quality and then not be worth as much money.
Okay, so if Baker keeps the material sitting at the facility, the longer Baker does that, the less profitable the business is.
That is correct.
Does Baker have any motivation to keep material at the facility for any longer than absolutely necessary?
Yes, and to ensure efficient operations and making as much money as we can.
Well, so let me ask the question, because I think you're answering a different one. I said, does Baker have any motivation to keep this material at the facility longer than necessary?
No.
Okay.
Move it quickly.
Okay, but so that's the goal, 24 hours. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, what's in dispute here is flexibility. Baker has proposed standard operating procedures that would allow for some flexibility, but prohibit long-term storage, correct?
Correct. Okay.
Why is that flexibility needed?
Kind of the same type of constraints that you deal with like on routes, because there's logistics involved on this side of things too, right? You have haulers who are taking product sometimes very far. You have them getting stuck in traffic. They have breakdowns. You have guys calling out sick. So then you might need to call another truck driver that was supposed to be there at a certain time and he didn't show up. Also, there could be loading issues with say the roll-up door doesn't want to come up and it takes a few hours to fix. or another piece of equipment where you got to get that fixed, or kind of delays getting the material out. Which in sense, since it's delaying us, we're losing money in the process. So we want to get that done as quickly as possible. So there's logistical issues that create the need for flexibility. There's maintenance issues that creates a need for flexibility. So it's and
Okay.
plan issues.
Okay, so is it fair to say this is a complex business with many moving parts and that some level of flexibility is needed in these types of limitations?
Yes.
Okay, does Baker have any intention of keeping material at this facility longer than necessary to get it out as soon as possible?
No.
All right. We talked a bit about the PTE, the permanent total enclosure that currently exists.
Mm-hmm.
You've been at that facility since that PTE has been built, correct?
Yes.
And you, when that facility was operating, you were in that PTE regularly, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that PTE inordinately hot?
No, it's not. It's cooler in there than outside.
It's cooler in there than it is outside.
Yes.
Why is that?
There's no windows. I think it's because it's darker. Seems to have almost kind of its own, because of the high ceilings, its own controls its own climate. It's just generally kind of like staying in a dark room all closed up. It doesn't absorb as much heat.
Okay, and what about the material that comes in? Is that material that comes in generally refrigerated before it's picked up or not?
Yeah, a lot of the most all food processors and grocery stores, to keep it in the freezer or their fridge, because they don't want that's where they're supposed to keep it. So when we come pick it up, we pull it directly out and load it and bring it in.
Okay, and it comes into the facility and does it retain any of that coolness?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Let's talk about the fourth issue that's at issue here, and that's washout or washing down of surfaces within the PTE. Can you describe to us in your proposed plan, how will the facility wash down the surfaces within the PTE?
So when normal basis, when there's no excuse me, raw material on the floor of the slab, we'd be washing down that, and we also wash down the walls once per day, clean out drains and the sump pump. So regular wash down when we have the opportunity.
Okay, so on a regular basis, then you would be washing out drains, washing out sump pumps, washing areas of the PTE floor that are not where material is not sitting.
That's correct.
Okay. And what about the pit? Let's talk about the pit. Do raw material? This is obviously not the only raw material operation in the world or in Southern California.
No,
Do raw material operations generally have a pit that's similar in characteristic to this one?
My understanding, all of them have some sort of pit. They vary in size to being very large to small.
Okay. Does every raw material handler that has a pit, do they wash their pit down on a daily basis?
Never heard of that.
You've never heard of that happening. How long have you been in this business?
Almost 19 years.
Okay. So you've never heard of a daily wash down of a raw material pit?
No, there's reasons for that. Washing it down and then, or trying to clean it up and removing anything, you would have safety concerns. As you can see in the design, there's a lot of screws in there. You don't want somebody climbing 6, 7, 10 feet down, trying to get over screws, pull little pieces of material out, trying to wash things down. It would create a safety hazard.
So is the claw loader that you described, is that going to be generally effective in removing raw material from the pit?
Yeah, generally effective.
Okay, and there's those plates that we saw and that you described that create smooth surfaces.
Yes, it'll be flush.
Okay, so any bits and pieces of material that get left there, do those bits and pieces of material then generate inordinate amounts of odor?
No, they do not.
Why not?
They're very small pieces, and what happens is as new raw material is coming in, usually as the movement of the raw material is being dropped in and moves the material, the old pieces out with it.
Okay, so it's sort of a cycling process.
Yeah, and the pieces are very small.
Okay.
The ones that are left over.
Okay. I'm going to briefly show you one more exhibit. I'm almost done here. Okay.
And for the electronic demonstrator, this will be the document titled Demonstrative 7.
Okay, Jason, what we've been talking about, the limitations that we've been talking about are limitations that are proposed for, as council has stated, an interim period. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that what's at the end of that interim period?
The end of the interim period would be the extension, my understanding.
The PTE extension, the extension of the permanent and total enclosure. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and is that has Baker committed to create that extension?
Yes.
And has Baker submitted a permit application for that extension?
Yes, we have.
When was that submitted?
I think it was a couple of months ago. No. I don't have the date in front of me, but I think it was a couple of months ago.
Okay, at least a couple of months ago?
Yeah.
And have you received a draft permit application, or excuse me, a draft permit for the PTE extension?
I don't remember receiving one for the extension.
Okay. So can you walk us through what this extension would look like using these demonstratives?
Sure. This is a current permanent total enclosure here in green. As previously I talked about, we would submit a permit. Well, we have submitted a permit for this screw here for the interim. So while we're built, so we can load trucks in this enclosure while we're building this one. The idea would be that this enclosure would stay intact, and then we would build this extension around it. So the end goal would be that this extension, or to the permanent total enclosure, would mostly be used for loading raw material exiting the facility, and this one would be used for raw material coming in. So we'd be able to segregate the raw material in this with the raw material pit, and then have this screw installed, which would carry the raw material from the pit over to a loading truck that would be within this enclosure for exiting the facility.
Okay.
So we'll be able to load and discharge faster.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. But first, I want to ask you, at the top of that top rendering, at the top of the rendering itself, there's what looks like another screw conveyor outside of the PTE.
You're talking about this one right here?
Yeah.
That is part of the old rendering process. That's not going to be utilized.
That's not utilized right now?
It's not utilized now, and it's not planned on being utilized.
It's not going to be utilized in the future?
No.
Okay. So let's go back to this schematic. The screws would be put back into the pit. Is that correct?
Yes, once the loading screws are complete, once this loading screw is complete, then these screws would go back into the pit, and then the material would go through a closed screw system up and load into the truck. And then once the extension is done, then it would go to this loading screw to the other facility. However, we will keep this screw installed in case we have a maintenance issue over here. We could still load on this side.
So you'd have a secondary screw that could load on within the existing PTE. That would be a redundancy.
Yeah, it'd be a backup for any issues.
A backup. Okay. Tell us about the speed of loading with a screw conveyor. How does that compare to the speed of loading with a skip loader?
A screw conveyor is much faster due to the fact that it's consistent. You're moving a lot more material, and you don't need and it's being more supervised than it is being manually done.
Okay.
Trucks should be able to be loaded much faster. Well, will be loaded much faster with the screw.
So it's more automated, and this process moves much faster.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And the trucks, the loaded trucks that are to be unloaded will come into the existing PTE to be unloaded. And then the unloaded trucks to be loaded will come into the PTE extension, become loaded. Then would they be covered when they leave?
Yeah, so again, trucks coming in would be covered, and trucks would be covered before they go out. So fat and bone trucks with material from routes would come in here and discharge. And then hauler trucks would come in here and be loaded, and then tarp would be put on, and then exit the enclosure.
Okay. Jason, last exhibit here. This is a schematic, and it looks like another overview of the permanent total enclosure, but this time after the extension. Is that accurate?
Yes.
The electronic exhibit for this one will be demonstrative number 3. Apologies. The electronic exhibit for this is titled Demonstrative 3.
Okay, so there's a hatched area here. There's the raw material pit that's 140,000 pounds there. We've spoken about that, correct?
Yes,
And then there's a hatched area here that's a larger area of the permanent total enclosure, the existing permanent total enclosure, and it says 260,000 pounds. You see that?
yes.
And what does that represent?
So this 260,000 pounds represents raw material that could fit within this facility if we're offloading fat and bone trucks on this side and loading fat and bone to be taken out on this side.
Okay, that's in 260,000, obviously a lot more than 60,000 pounds, right?
Yes. Yes, it is.
So the proposal was 60,000 pounds on the slab of the PTE before the extension, but now you're saying 260,000 pounds after the extension.
That is correct.
And why?
That's because this side would be, as previously stated, be utilized for offloading and this one be for loading. So you wouldn't need to be able to pull a truck all the way in, which would be sitting there for just loading. And also the process of loading and offloading would be much faster.
Okay, but just to be clear, any truck that's unloading here would be pulled all the way into the PTE.
Yes, and covered with air gurns on.
Okay.
And the doors would be closed after it enters the facility.
Okay. And so, this is a lot more material. Is the idea, is the plan still to be able to turn this material over generally on a 24-hour basis?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Doesn't change the turnover projections for this facility.
No, it does not.
And is that because you're now using screw loaders instead of the skip loaders?
Yes, screw loaders, and also gives us a designated area so we could have two trucks doing the same thing at once.
Okay.
Oh,
Understood. Okay. Is the business as it stands? Last few questions for you. Is the business as it stands with the OA in place? Is that a long-term viable business?
with the OA in place?
Yeah. What you're currently doing today?
No, it's not.
And why not?
We've been taking a lot of losses throughout the time, and it's our company structure and how we built the company over the years. Well, how it was built, it was around the rendering process. So even though we're no longer rendering, you're still incurring a lot of costs that were associated with how things were blended together when it built everything else.
And if you are not successful in being able to mount a transloading business and to begin bringing raw material into the facility and having it exit the facility, are you going to be able to keep the employees that you currently have?
No.
Okay. If you are successful in being able to transload at this facility as described, are you going to hire new employees?
Yes, we would be able to actually hire a few more employees to be able to work within the permanent total enclosure. And even more so when the extension is done. And also too, it would give us the ability to hire more drivers and stuff as well.
More drivers, those are union truck drivers.
Yes, they're all union positions.
Okay. Last question I'm going to ask you. Mr. Andrioli, do you have any doubt at all that Baker can succeed in operating this business as it has proposed without creating odor nuisances in the community? Do you have any doubt?
I have no doubt.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Dwyer, do you have questions for this witness? Or will it be Ms. Sue?
I will have questions for the witness. And so I could, in terms of flow and timing, what time would we be taking our lunch break?
We should take it at noon.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Andrioli.
Good morning.
You've testified regarding the standard operating procedures. Have employees been trained on a transloading standard operating procedure that was attached to the petition?
Not as yet.
Okay. And how many employees are responsible for collections?
So right now, since we're not doing any collections, there's no current employees.
Let me rephrase. How many employees would be responsible for collections if a revised abatement order was?
So everybody would have responsibility. Everybody would be trained. about how to receive this, and everybody would understand what needs to be done, including management, the environmental specialist, so everybody would have an understanding of what has to happen at the facility.
And how many employees are physically responsible for the collections operations at the site if the order was revised?
So physically responsible, it could range into, so all management, supervisors, everybody working in the general area. I would like to say everybody, but just directly in that vicinity, in that just general vicinity would be probably 15 to 20.
If there's a violation of the transloading standard operating procedure, is anyone authorized to stop accepting material?
Yes.
Who is authorized to stop accepting material?
So the plant manager would be authorized to stop sending material. He would get confirmation from the general manager. If they're not going to be able to get a hold of the general manager, he would make the call himself.
Okay, and what hours does the plant manager work?
So the plant manager works about, so there's different shifts. So it's covered right now 24 hours. So each supervisor on each shift would have authorization.
So is there a plant manager on site 24 hours a day?
When we're in operation, yes.
Okay,
So there's a supervisor or plant manager. Supervisor or plant manager would have authorization.
okay. And what hours does the general manager work?
General manager works all the time. If he gets a phone call in the middle of the night, he wakes up.
What hours is he on site?
He's on site, let's see, about, depending on like not out, like out in the plant, he's on probably 6 hours a week.
Okay. But he's on the plant 6 hours a week?
He goes into the plant about 6 hours a week.
Okay. What would the consequence be to an employee who does not follow the transloading standard operating procedure?
To be written up.
Okay. And what about what does being written up mean?
Written up means a documentation that goes in their file saying they are violating certain company procedures and regulatory procedures. And that would be a file in their record. And according to different contracts, there has to be so many different notices and then termination would happen.
Have employees been trained on the odor response plan?
Yes.
Okay, and who trained the employees on the odor response plan?
So then certain employees have been trained, not all the aspects of the employees have been trained on odor response plan at this time. That would be one of the steps we would take if we come to agreement in terms of transloading, and then all the employees would be trained on the odor response plan.
So currently, how many employees has been trained on the odor response plan?
I wouldn't want to give you a number I'm not 100% sure on.
Who conducted the training?
So I've conducted training, and I think, and I don't want to specify if Frank Tavicoli has yet, but
Okay.
I've conducted some training.
So who did you train?
Frank Tavicoli and the plant managers.
And how many plant managers are there?
I'm sorry, it's terminology. So there's a plant manager, and then there's also the supervisors. I kind of bundle them all together, and their general responsibility is to oversee the plant operations during each shift. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and all those guys in there. It's about 12 employees, I think, have been trained on it.
So okay, thank you. And have they received a copy of the odor response plan?
The main office has a copy of the response plan of the plant office.
Okay, has each of these individuals received a copy of the odor response plan?
No, they generally share one folder.
Okay. And who, if anyone, will be responsible for ensuring the odor response plan is followed?
Environmental specialist.
Okay, and what hours does this person work?
He works generally 8 to 5.
And what days of the week?
Monday through Friday.
And is anyone authorized to stop accepting material if there is a persistent odor?
Nobody's been authorized as of yet, but if the transloading goes through, people can contact me at any hour and I would authorize it. And if they can't contact me, they'll be able to make the call themselves.
Let's go to talk about the Let's go to your existing PTE. My understanding is that prior to the abatement order, that there was a magnet that the materials would be passed through. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, is Baker planning on running this raw rendering material through the magnet?
So Baker plans on when the screw is complete for loading, that the material would go into the raw material pit. It would go up the screw through a closed system, past the magnet, and then it would go back through up the loading screw. And the plan is for the magnet is that we're going to connect the magnet system, and the previous problem was there was concerns about the door. We will actually interlock that door to the screws, and if that door is not sealed, the system will shut off and you won't be able to do anything.
So can you, maybe we should use because I don't know where the magnet is located. Could we pull that up, the existing PTA?
The existing PD, three-dimensional?
This one probably.
Maybe both would be helpful to talk through, just so I have a visual. So we could do one at a time and know where the locations are.
Yeah, that one's perfect.
Okay, so can you point out where the material would go into the magnet and where it would travel afterwards?
Sure. So the material will come in the permanent total enclosure as the air curtains are on, and it would get dropped on into the pit, and then the material would come up this incline screw here. It would drop down to shoot past the magnet, and then the material and the magnet, as I say, is going to be interlocked with the system. And so if it's not working properly, then the system would shut off and you won't be able to load anything. But as it goes past that, then it goes up a loading screw here and it'd be loaded truck. And this actually idea was a really good one. It was actually suggested by the AQMD. I thought it was a great idea.
So does that second conveyor after the magnet, does that already exist?
No, if you're talking about this screw right here?
Yes.
No, it does not. A permit has been sent in, but I have not heard back on it quite yet.
So right now, if the revised abatement order is entered allowing you to do collections, would you be sending materials through the magnet?
So until this screw is installed, we won't be using any of this until we'd be pulling these screws out, putting metal plates down, and be pulling material directly from the system over to the trucks.
So I'm not sure if I understood. If the revised abatement order was entered, would you be using the magnet for collections?
So if we were loading through this screw, so for collections, what's the plan is, if we were allowed to transload and if we're allowed to bring material in, and once this is permitted, then we would install this screw for loading. Then the material we reinstall these screws and the material will come up here, go past the magnet into the loading.
So go.
Yeah, I'm happy to help try to clarify, or please go ahead.
Let me see if I could get it. So currently there's no permitted screw, is that correct?
That's correct.
So before that's permitted, you would not be using the magnet?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Prior to the abatement order, did Baker wash down the interior of the raw materials receiving area enclosure?
But on a normal basis, we wash down inside the enclosure.
Okay, and how often was that?
On a pretty normal basis, we would wash down as soon as raw material would exit certain area, we would wash down within the enclosure.
Okay, and did Baker remove all raw rendering material before washing down?
Raw material would have to be moved from a certain spot for us to be able to wash it down.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the delivery of materials. Would Baker get advance notice of a delivery?
Could you rephrase, please? Or
Would Baker get advance notice of a truck delivery, a truck arriving to the facility?
if you mean for like our current route trucks, or are you talking about for a truck that's going to be hauling material away?
I'm right now talking about material that's incoming to the facility.
So right now, due to the variability to the routes, there's certain timeframes that you expect certain trucks to be back, but it changes every day.
So it's a basic understanding of when trucks would arrive.
And there's,
Okay.
yeah, there's a general understanding of when a truck might arrive, but you could have a breakdown where, you know, you're expecting the truck and all of a sudden the guy calls you, like, we're not going to be in a couple hours. Or, you know, he's throughout the day, he's having hit more traffic than he assumed. So you wouldn't get notification that he's coming in 2 hours later than normal because the traffic was really bad for that day. Or a customer had a lot more volume, which took more time to load up.
So you're in communication with the truck drivers?
To a certain extent, but we're not notified every, like when he's coming in exactly.
So is it by cell phone?
Communication is generally by cell phone if they're communicating, but normally a truck driver has his determined route for the day and he's going out and he's trying to get back as soon as possible and get his route done.
So assuming things run smoothly, when are deliveries expected to arrive at the facility, each truck?
So each truck could come in anywhere from like say 2 to 8 o'clock. On the majority probably come in from, not majority, but a normal basis, say 4 to 6, but that changes every day.
So you said the expected schedule is between 4 and 6 p.m. is when the trucks would arrive?
Expected schedule is 2 to 8.
2 p.m. to 8 p.m.
Yes, because it could
Okay.
be emergencies and things can change. But on a normal time frame, probably 4 to 7, but that varies every day.
Okay. And are all the trucks that are delivering material to Baker, are they Baker employees?
Yes.
Okay. So if a truck, how much material do you expect each truck that's delivering material to Baker to hold, to be dropping off?
Um, I apologize. I know I'm sounding like a little broken record. Material can vary anywhere from like say 5,000 to 50,000 pounds coming in on a truck. Certain customers have larger food manufacturer and produce a lot more. They used to be about 25,000 pounds on average.
And so if a truck is full, 50,000 pounds, is there a need to drop it off at the collection center?
So if a truck is full at 50,000 pounds, it would definitely make sense for it to drop at the collection center due to the fact that it's most of the times the truck weight will vary. So you want to keep a procedure where the vehicles are coming in and they have a standard, okay, go to the PTE. This is what you're going to try to do. Drop it down because that truck needs to be set for routes. And so you want to get all the material in because it's going to, I say, vary from 5, 10, 15. So what it'll also do is say you have that 50,000 pounds, you got a truck that came in with 10, one that came in with 30, another one came with 2 more came in with 5. Now you got 100,000 pounds, which is enough for 2 full loads to go out.
So I'm just saying, there's a truck with 50,000 pounds in it. Would it need to stop at your Vernon facility and be tipped over and go through this process?
Yes, it should.
Okay, so there's, okay.
Miss Sue, did we want to break there or do you have a few more that?
Sure, why don't we take a break?
Okay, all right, so we will take a 45-minute lunch and we are off the record.
I don't know.
I believe everybody is back. We need to start the recording. Okay. Well, no, I'm just gonna let them know. We're gonna go ahead and take public comments since we have a person here. And we will also be asking, if there's anybody online that wants to make a comment or provide testimony. Okay, good to go? All right. All right, so we have Jay Purapali. I'm hoping that's a correct pronunciation. And sir, if you can come to the podium right over there. You have 3 minutes. And if you can tell us your name and whether this is going to be a comment or are you providing testimony? The difference is that if you do provide testimony, you're subject to questioning by either party or the board members. If you're just providing a comment, then that's what it is, just a comment.
Public comment,
Public comment only, no testimony.
no testimony.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Hearing Board. My name is Jay Parapali. I'm a legal fellow at Communities for a Better Environment, and I've been tracking the proceedings on behalf of our legal team and our community teams in Southeast LA for the past several months. Was excited to finally see something that wasn't just a continuance in terms of the Superior Court case. I'm familiar with the materials, and I think it's important what the district pointed to in their opening, that we could have reached this place 2 years ago. This is not a fresh start. Baker has had a track record of multiple flouts and notice of violation, an aggressive strategy of suing the Air District for $200 million. I understand that's been settled, but these are not brand new parties. The key witness for Baker is a longstanding employee of Baker. This is a long time that this company has operated with the district, and our members are continue to be concerned that the transloading operation will not be completed in such fashion as to reduce and prevent excessive odors under Rule 415. We're also wondering whether Baker would be treated as a storage facility or as a rendering facility in terms of Air District rules. We want to make sure that if this transloading plan goes into effect, that there's actual daily cleanups. We've been assured promises time and time before about full enclosures and air curtains and permanent total enclosures, and we've had rendering done in open air at various points up until 2022 in the order of abatement. So we're hopeful for an amicable resolution, but really my community members position the adults and youth of Communities of a Better Environment that are residents of Southeast LA and Wilmington and close to Long Beach, and definitely plenty of neighborhoods around Vernon, is that the time has come and passed for Baker to reform, and we want rendering stopped for good. If apparently there is one public facility, we would like to know what the name of that facility is, where rendering would be occurring, where this material is going to be coming to and from. All of the briefs just report and refer, and so far this morning, everyone has only referred to a public facility in Southern California. We want to know where that is so that we are not simply displacing the odors and nuisance that Baker has represented in Vernon to another environmental justice community of predominantly low-income Black and brown populations that have been overburdened and under-resourced for far too long. We urge the Air District to take a strict stance, and if this transloading operation is to take place, there has to be firm times of entry and exit. I don't care about business flexibility at this point. Their era for that has come and gone. So it's either follow rules and keep odors minimum or cease operations is the position of Communities for a Better Environment. We appreciate your opportunity to let us speak on this, and look forward to the resolution of this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, sir. Okay, Madam Clerk, are there any other people who have their hands up online? Okay, fine. All right, thank you very much. We will go ahead and continue. Ms. Sue, you want to continue your questioning?
Great, thank you. Mr. Andreoli, prior to the break, you had testified that previously the facility was processing approximately 800,000 pounds per day. Is that correct?
That was a general average.
Yep. And then where at the plant were these materials received?
They were received at different points. It was received at the J&M raw material receiving area, was received at the Star Dock. And then it was received, also at the permanent total enclosure.
Okay, thank you. And if we could look at the rendering of the current PTE, I wanted to go over some of the calculations. The font was very small, so if we could go over those, that would be helpful. Sorry, I think it was the pit volume calculations is what I would like to see. Thank you. Thank you so much. So can you go over,
Sorry, let me just say the electronic, the document title for that one, and it starts with demonstrative 12.
can you walk us through the calculation in terms of I know volume is length times height times width, if you could go over each of those numbers with us.
Yeah, it's broken down into different components of the cubic foot area. So it breaks those three different areas down in those diagrams in here.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Can you actually tell us the numbers that were used for length and height and width?
I'm not wearing my glasses. We're gonna expand it.
You turn off the mic at the podium.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Or if you want to read up, maybe the blown up.
Yeah, that one's a little, I think it's a little. As well.
Oh, yes,
Okay. So volume one,
Make sure you speak loud.
yeah, volume one set. Yeah, 118 plus 94. And this is general surface area. 118 or 94 divided by 2. Multiplied by 24.74 times 285.
okay, so could you slow down? So I just want to know, like, what is the height?
Height is 285. I'm sorry.
And that's from the bottom of the pit to the very top that you're expecting to have material?
So it's kind of broken down
Okay.
in different areas. So like you have item 1, which is the lower half. You have item 2, which is triangular position. And then you have item 3, which is this box here. So each one is broken down to 3 separate cubic, and square foot.
Okay, so let's
Cubic feet. I'm
go
sorry, cubic
over
feet.
the lower half, and that's the triangle shape?
Yeah, that's the triangle shaped one here.
Okay, let's go over that calculation.
Okay. So it's 118
Mm-hmm,
by plus 94.
mm-hmm.
The height is 285. And from what I remember, I guess it would be the width. It's not really width. Is 24.74. Gives you a total of 474,395 cubic inches.
And that's the triangle portion of the pit?
Yeah, it's kind of like it kind of looks like this, but just take this kind of box and expand it out.
It's
Is this number 1?
okay.
The number 1 piece?
Okay, so it's a rectangular shape that's on the bottom
Yeah,
of the, okay, okay.
And then we try to break it down and then it's item number 2, which is more of the triangular position.
Okay,
And then it's number 3, which is this detail position right here.
so let's go number 2, the triangle portion. What is that?
So that one, let's see. It's 18 plus 85.5. There it is. Divided by 2. Multiplied by 281 by 118. Gives you a total of 1,715,926. 1,715,926 cubic inches.
Okay. And the last calculation?
Is going to be item 3 here. Yes, 164 plus 64. sides here, divided by 2, multiplied by 118 by 71 is the height.
So what's the height of, from the bottom to the top of the pit? What's the height of that?
Which portion?
From the very,
For the
the
front.
deepest, from the deepest area to the very top, what would that be? Approximately.
Forgive me if I'm gonna just try to add in my head real quick, so.
Don't want to interfere too much, but I do want to impose just an objection that on foundation basis. One, the document speaks for itself, and two, as Mr. Andrioli testified, these were calculations done by his engineer at his direction and then explained to him.
It's very difficult to read the document, which is why I'm asking you to tell us the calculations. And
Ms. Subit, are you trying to get at volume? Is that what you're?
yes,
The total volume?
yes.
Okay. Is there some place on that document? I thought you did mention volume on
I
your-
just want,
All generally broken down in this bottom left-hand corner. I'm not sure if this is one of the items that's submitted that everybody can see, but I apologize if you can't see it. I know it's hard to see.
So,
but-
excuse me, Madam Chair, we're gonna rule on the gentleman's objection.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, and I actually am agreeing with the fact that it is there, it is testimony that they have provided. I know that you're after volume, and if they're giving you a number for volume, I know your engineers may want to calculate it backwards, but
yes.
that's their testimony.
Okay.
So I think that we should accept it as is, and if you differ with it, that's another thing,
If sorry, what was the, I didn't hear what you just said. If I did.
if you differ.
That's what I'm trying to get at. Without knowing how they calculated it, it'll be hard to know if we believe the calculations are correct without knowing the general parameters of the length and width and height
Well,
of the pit.
but it's there, and that is their testimony. And I don't think they're going to change their testimony.
May I ask just a clarification point? Is it the legibility of the numbers that you're concerned, that council is concerned with, or is it the accuracy of the calculation?
I think I just want to see the numbers, have it be legible and confirm that, okay, this is the length and width and height, the calculations pan out.
What I might offer, if it's a legibility issue, we could certainly have those documents produced in a bigger format so that we can see those numbers more legibly.
I think that would be fine.
Great, thank you. No, we're good, thank you. So in terms of the equipment that will be inside the permanent total enclosure, how large are these pieces of equipment?
Could
In
you-
terms of square footage, their footprint?
Could you elaborate with like which pieces of equipment they're?
You had mentioned a skip loader that you would be using. How large is
Oh,
that?
Offhand, I don't have the dimensions on skip loader. They vary in size. Bobcat is, for example, could actually turn around inside within this small area right here. The skip loader, one of them probably could just fit in there, and the other one, they go up in size.
How many pieces of, how many skip loaders will be inside a permanent total enclosure at a time?
Generally, probably only one.
Okay. And how many bobcats will?
Depending on the, I'm sorry,
Okay.
depending on the circumstances of the operation and what's going on and how we have to shuffle material around. Sometimes it'd been beneficial if there's not a truck in there to have two and be able to move material around and get it done quickly.
Okay. And how many bobcats will be in there at a time?
It would be kind of the same situation, depending on the situation of how much material's in there, what's the current situation, where the material is at. And it could work congruently with the other pieces of equipment at the same time.
If you had 200,000 pounds in the pit and a truck in there, what pieces of equipment used to unload the truck would be in there?
What pieces of equipment of the truck?
No, what pieces of equipment would be used to help unload the truck?
Are you
Load the truck.
talking about before the screw was installed or?
Correct.
in that case, it'd probably just be, if everything's in the pit, it'd probably just be the claw, or very well, it could just be the skip loader.
Okay, and what is the height of the claw, the reach of the claw in terms of height?
I don't have those specifications.
Okay. How deep is the pit?
I wish I could give that to you off. I would be estimating that.
Okay. So let's go back to your collections, proposed collections activities. How long do you estimate that it would take to load one truckload using the equipment that you've described?
If we're talking about the claw or a skip loader,
Yep.
in that case, probably around 30 minutes.
And how did you come up with this estimate?
We came up with that estimate due to the fact that historically we've used skip loaders to load trucks, and the general average is, it ranges depending on where the operation is at. If it's out in the open area, it could take a little longer. If you have something to push up against, it could make it a little faster, depending on the product quality. Fresher material can be easier to pick up. But on average, you're probably looking around 30 minutes, and that was estimated from prior pickups and loading.
Okay. And during the collections operations, will you be washing down the pit area at any point in time?
We'll be, during the collection process, when we're not using the receiving area, we're planning on washing down the receiving area. We're going to be washing down the drains. We're going to be washing down, cleaning out like the sump pumps and the walls during that time.
And then what about the pit area specifically? Would you be washing down the pit area?
The pit area specifically, and I've never seen a facility where they actually do washouts of the
So
pits.
you do not plan on washing down the pit area?
I don't wash out the pit.
Okay. Let's go to the structure of the enclosure. How many roll-up doors are there on the permanent total enclosure as is?
As is, there's two.
Okay, and how long will the doors be open during the loading procedure?
During the loading procedure, the doors will be closed.
Okay. How, is there a limit to how long the roll-up doors will be open?
During,
Let me rephrase. Will the roll-up doors only be open when the trucks are either entering or exiting the permanent total enclosure?
that is the plan. Having a roll-up door on with the air curtain going, the air curtains are very expensive and they're very high velocity, so we want to close the door when it's not being in use.
Okay. And is there an actual time limit for how long these roll-up doors would be open while a vehicle is entering or exiting?
There's no specific time limit because we want to be able to make sure we're getting the truck all the way in. And also too, we want to make sure that if, God forbid, the roll-up door is going up and it breaks down, we want to make sure as it is, if the door has any issues or we have to do it manually to bring it down, that the air curtain is on during all that time.
Will both roll-up doors be used?
Both roll-up doors on the current enclosure?
Yes.
Both roll-up doors could be used at certain times. If the roll-up door does go up, the air curtain will turn on both sides. Usually on the normal operations, one side is being used. So there will be times when both roll-up doors will be going, but on normal operations, one is open and the truck comes in, and as it closes, and then very well that driver who offloaded, he could pull it in straight forward and then he might go out the other roll-up door.
Will there be instances where both roll-up doors will be open at the same time?
Both roll-up doors, once a vehicle is within the enclosure to be offloaded, the roll-up doors will be closed.
Will there be instances when both roll-up doors will be open?
Not when we're offloading.
What if when you're loading?
Oh, for loading, it'd be closed too.
So there would never be an instance where more than one door will be open?
There will never be an instance when a roll-up door is open when a vehicle is not either covered or.
I'm trying to say, will both roll-up doors, two doors be open at the same time, or only one door be used?
There
at
could
one
be
time?
a circumstance No, I actually, oh, let me think about that one actually. Because if the car, the vehicle is in there and the door closed, I would have to look at that more closely. I don't see that it would.
Okay.
Because if the truck's in there, then it's got to be closed. So it wouldn't make sense to open both of them up at the same time.
Okay. Are there pedestrian doors at the PTE?
I'm sorry.
Are there pedestrian doors, other doors?
There is accessible man doors where somebody could walk in.
Okay, how many pedestrian doors are there?
2, I think.
Two, okay. When does Baker use these pedestrian doors?
When somebody needs to go inside the raw material enclosure, and it's quicker to come in and out of those doors. Those doors are on hinges. As soon as they walk in, the doors automatically close.
Okay, are there air curtains on those doors?
Not on the access doors.
Okay, is there negative air pressure in the building?
Is there air pressure in?
Negative air pressure in the building.
I have not actually taken a reading of inside that building. I don't know.
Is there a mechanism for there to be negative air pressure in the building?
No, there's no mechanism inside the building. How the building was set up with during the time of when we're supposed to install it for rendering, the air curtains were approved odor method by the AQMD for being installed for odor control.
Okay. Who determines when the pickup of the material will occur?
Most of the time, it's customers.
Oh, sorry. Who determines when material will leave the facility?
So material will leave the facility based on logistics. So it will be the demand of how much volume has been offloaded, and then also when the driver is available coming back from other areas. And so we will set up timeframes for the drivers to come pick up the material, as depending on each day, certain drivers might be, well, I'm sorry, depending on each day, the volume set might change a little bit within the enclosure, which is why we need to be able to store a certain amount. So we can have a certain amount of product in there, ensure that when a driver gets there, there's volume for him to pick up. Because depending on the trucks that are coming in with the routes, they're offloading volume at different volume sets. So we're not exactly sure at what point we're gonna have a full load, which is why it's so important to have a certain amount of volume in there before the drivers are coming to start collecting.
Yes. So does someone actually make a call for a truck to come and pick up the material to leave?
It would be on like a general probably basis of this guy is set up to come on this day. And yes, also calls of, hey, we have a full load, we need to come and get it.
So there is going to be a truck that with a scheduled time to arrive to pick up materials to leave, and also the ability to call for additional trucks to come.
Yeah, we will need that flexibility to be able to do both.
Okay. How long after a pickup is requested for material to leave the facility does pickup occur?
So you're talking about the material that's leaving for the.
Yes,
and the
sorry, I
driver.
should say that. For material that's leaving, if you were to call and say, we need a truck to come to pick up material to leave the facility, how long does that take for a truck to arrive?
That could say the driver the day before took material up to a different facility and dropped it off. He could be on his way back, and we could call him, and he's like, well, I'm a couple hours away, I'm 20 minutes away, I'm 30 minutes away, I'm down the street. So it could vary on that point, depending on the different company. Like say you have a backup company too, where hey, we need a driver. He's like, okay, I got to get the guy into the truck and I need to get him in there. That could vary too. It could be on a quicker basis and to hours.
Are the drivers that are picking material for it to leave Baker, are those Baker's employees?
Currently, we're not doing that operation, so we don't have that set up yet.
Okay, so the material that is arriving at the facility are Baker's employees.
Those would be Baker employees.
The drivers that are taking the material out of Baker are not your employees.
Not currently. We don't have that set up, so we haven't got that part squared away yet.
Okay. Who at the facility would keep track of the number of pounds of materials that are received?
So number of pounds of material received, so all the material that comes in through the facility comes through the scale.
Okay.
So we have digital records of everything coming into the facility, which can be pulled generally anytime.
And who is responsible for keeping track of those numbers?
So keeping track of those numbers, if we go to a place where those numbers and this whole thing is pushed through where we're allowed to transload, having those numbers is keeping track of them. Having those the data is making sure that's in place is IT's responsibility, procurement, and then ensuring and having the numbers actually collected in a certain area when they're requested, they can be pulled at any time.
Okay, what is the name of the employee that would be actively keeping track of the
It'd be the
number?
environmental specialist.
Okay. And what hours does that specialist work?
Works 8 to 5
Okay.
or 7 to 4, depending on the day.
And this person would be keep track of the pounds that is leaving the facility as well?
Yes.
Okay. What is Baker's plan, if any, for any additional truckloads that cannot be accommodated under whatever limit the hearing board sets, assuming that they revise their order?
So that's a difficult question to answer, because since the operation hasn't really happened, it'd be hard to, and I don't know what volumes are going to be allowed. Right now, current proposal, we could go out and get the volume and be able to bring it and put it inside the enclosure. So there wouldn't be any volume excess of that. And once the enclosure extension was done, then the additional would also be able to fit within the PTE.
So we're assuming currently under the current PTE, and let's say the hearing board sets 60,000 pounds. If there's additional truckload that Baker cannot accommodate, there's already 60,000 pounds in the PTE. What is Baker's plan?
So if it was approved to only do 60,000 pounds, it wouldn't really make sense to do the routes because it'd be sending out, because it takes so many trucks and there's so many different constraints to operations to be able to pick up, say, a grocery store has hundreds of locations. So be able to meet the needs of that one customer, you would have to have multiple trucks, but you're not going to be filling all those trucks up. So if we're only allowed to bring in, say that one customer would take 10 trucks to be able to cover the whole Southern California area, up to Santa Barbara down to San Diego, each truck would be coming with like a few hundred pounds. And logistically, the cost to be able to cover those operations, even just alone the assets, the capital cost would be way outweigh the ability to produce any revenue that would offset operating 10 trucks and the drivers and everything. It wouldn't work.
So it sounds like there's no plan if you don't have a plan for additional trucks that cannot be accommodated under loads that cannot be accommodated inside the PTE.
Objection, that misstates the testimony.
Your actual testimony, sir, was?
That if it was 60,000 pounds, the assets needed to handle like say a grocery chain would take like 8 vehicles, and each of those would be coming with such a little amount of volume, it wouldn't make sense to be able to only bring in 60,000 pounds because you're using millions of dollars worth of assets to pick up 60,000 pounds. The numbers just wouldn't work.
Does that satisfy your question?
I'll move on. Thank you. You testify that you would have, for lack of a better word, planks, you would be removing the screws and putting planks over that area.
Yeah.
Yes,
Sorry, I interrupted you.
go ahead. When was that decision made?
So when putting together the thought process of transloading, it was determined that couldn't put like the plates on top of the screws. First of all, it would damage the screws. Secondly, it wouldn't be a good operation if you're trying to use a claw and you got screws and you're trying to be grabbing onto the screws the whole time. It was made a little bit of time ago. I can't say exactly when, but it was months.
It was made months ago. Okay.
Months, not 8 months.
Okay. Several months ago.
Several months. Thank you.
Okay. So let's say a truck has been delivered in the raw materials receiving area, and there's also material in the pit.
Okay.
Could you describe how additional material will be moved around in the PTE?
Yeah, so if your question is how, if there's material in the pit and there's material that comes in on a covered truck through the air curtain into, door closes, the truck dumps. If, like, we would utilize a skip loader to take that material, and more or less a big tractor or shovel. You come in and you push that material forward into the raw material pit,
Mhm.
because it has like just a front base, which with a little bit of a lift on it. So, and then you just push it into the raw material pit.
Okay, so would the oldest material be on the bottom?
So you're going to go back and forth generally for both sides. Usually you try to swap sides. And so as you can see how it's laid out, you have here with the west side or left side and the right side, you would swap back and forth. So be able to pull and make sure you're moving material back and forth. So ensuring product is going out of the best quality.
Okay. Can we pull up the current PTE prior to extension? The schematic. Yeah.
And that will be electronic demonstrative titled demonstrative 2.
So at the top of this diagram,
What about it? You're welcome.
sorry, so just between the, I see the hatch marks, that's the raw material pit, and there's then a space, correct? So that's that's the one side of the PTE. All right, sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry, right there?
Okay.
Is-
Oh, that behind space?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was your
Is
question?
that, did I ask a question yet? Is that space clear?
Yes, that's generally clear for an operator to be able to move back and forth.
Okay, are there any posts there?
Yes, there are some beams there.
Okay. This is the current PTE prior to extension. This is,
Demonstrative, that'll be demonstrative 2.
oh, thank you. So we have previously emitted exhibit 17 from an earlier abatement order hearing. I just want to show. Thanks. So to the left of this picture, is this where the skip loader would be driving?
Yes.
Just to clarify, this is exhibit number 17.
Correct.
If you mean by driving, if the skip loader is going to be pushing that material into the pit.
Or that's just where the skip loader would be traveling?
So the skip loader would be traveling more or less where the truck was.
Okay.
And then it would come around and push the material into the pit after the truck has left.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our board members now, we are able to ask you questions, sir. I do have a few. In reference to the 60 pounds that the district is proposing, and give me the number again that you're proposing?
So you guys are proposing 60,000 pounds in the beginning. We are proposing 140,000 pounds in the raw material pit and 60,000 pounds.
So 200.
Yes, as you, like actually that
Okay.
diagram kind of shows a little bit.
Do you foresee that there's going to be the ability to come to another number that will be somewhere in the middle? Or is 60 pounds, 60,000 pounds just not a good business. It doesn't make good business sense to you.
So 60,000 pounds is, it's not a workable number. If there's a proposed number that you guys will want to see fit, I could take that to upper management and they can come back with that number.
And you're saying that the environmental compliance specialist will be responsible for tracking the weight on a daily basis. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now that environmental compliance specialist, what type of training is that person have? And you said you already have one in place?
Yes.
Okay, what type of training did that person receive?
So if this is implemented, the environmental specialist would be in charge of the SOPs. They are already become more familiar with, they've been in the environment for a long, I'm sorry, let me start over. They've been in the profession for some time. Usually the hiring specifications for the environmental specialists that they have a certain degree in environmental studies. And they also work with engineering, so they also have backup for calculations and data holding and support from engineering. But they would be trained on those SOPs from upper management in regards to how to track the information and how to conduct themselves. And then also that data would have to get recirculated back to ensure everything is going well according to back to upper management. So the training would go downwards to the environmental specialist. The environmental specialist would also go downwards to track everybody, and then it would come back, and then it would keep going back and forth to ensure everything is tightened up.
Okay, but you're speaking in the future. If
Yes.
you already have that person in place, does that person have all of the skills that you just mentioned?
Yes.
Okay, does that person also have knowledge of the AQMD's rules and regulations that will be part of your business?
They have a lot of knowledge of most. I apologize to the board. There's a lot of AQMD rules and stuff. But the current ones that are part of this facility, yes, they are aware.
Okay. And so they're going to be monitoring all of that?
Yes.
All right. The other question that I had was in reference to the washing down that the district is requesting. And you're saying that your competitor, there's only one competitor in the South Coast AQMD region other than yourselves, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you're saying that they do not do a daily wash down?
I'm not sure what their process is. I've never seen a rendering facility do wash down of a raw material pit.
Okay, but do you understand that when we have had the previous hearings, that was one of the big problems that we saw in the pictures that we were presented based on the fact that there was so much material that was left on the sides of the conveyor belts, even on the railing. And I think that that's one of the main concerns also that the community had in reference to all of that material just sitting there rotting and obviously causing odor and therefore the nuisance.
So
So how are you going to mitigate that?
So a lot of the photos sadly were part of our rendering process, where in the presses and also the old Star Dock, which has been, as we briefly showed, that part's been removed. We don't have that. And then in regards to the issues, the stuff that was outside that came out of the presses and came out of the screws on the outside, all that stuff is part of the rendering process, and that has been shut down. We've actually cut off the steam lines that go to the cookers and stuff, so they're not even operational.
So all of that material, including conveyor belts, they're all gone?
So all that stuff they've been disconnected and they're not operational anymore.
But they are there?
They're there, they're disconnected and been taken off, and lines have been cut to them, and we haven't removed all of the screws and everything yet because it's very expensive to remove all that heavy equipment.
Okay, questions, board members? Mr. Pearman?
Yes, so sir, you just referred to you'd have to go to upper management to decide if something other than the, we'll say 200,000 pound limit is acceptable. I thought you were upper management.
So I am upper management, but I don't get to make decisions on what we get to determine is gonna be. There's president, like I'm president level is gonna have to, something like that is gonna have to make that decision.
All right, well, we're here today though, so, it's kind of like the same old Baker that you're basically saying right now, you're telling us if it's not 200,000, you're not going to do the transition collection at all. It has to be your number, which is, it's just a difficult situation. So I think you should have thought about what's a practical number that you could at least break even on this effort, given that it's a temporal effort. If that's what the board wanted you to do, rather than picking the number out the air, but that's your position, that's your position. You do understand that this number is just temporary until the PTA set is completely constructed, correct?
Yes.
If you read, I presume, the district's proposed order and your own council's proposed order and conditions for today's hearing?
Yes.
So under your proposals, can you estimate when you would contemplate the completion of all the construction of the facilities mentioned therein such that our order would terminate?
So the permanent total enclosure extension,
And everything else your proposed order suggests, because that's when our order would terminate under its terms.
so I'll bet you about 1 year.
1 year, okay. And under the district's proposal, do you think that time frame is same or lengthened or shortened?
Could you rephrase? I'm not understanding the question. I
Well, I
apologize.
thought you said under your proposed conditions, the time frame to complete all the conditions so that our order, if issued, would terminate was about 1 year.
Mhm.
The district has given you slightly different proposal. Their proposal would extend the time to complete their conditions, or would it still be about a year process?
I have to reread that part of the proposal. I apologize. I'm trying to do the numbers and I don't remember what that proposed timeframe was.
Now, this daily wash down issue that was just raised by the chair, I understand your position that it's unusual and others don't do it. But my question is, so what? What, is it a cost issue that it's prohibitively expensive? Is it impractical? Forget about the fact that no one else does it. Why can't you do it?
So in regards to the photo and all outside the raw material pit where the raw material is offloaded, we have no problems washing all around it and washing the drainage and washing everything else. It's just as raw material product is offloaded out of the pit, it's a safety concern getting people into the pit with screws that are open, and it's also far down. So and also we were talking about it's a fact that we're hoping to get everything out within 24 hours. So the pit itself would be generally being used most of the time. And while material is being pushed into the pit, we would clean out all around that, ensure the operating area around the raw material pit would be clean.
But there's no way to schedule a time where it's empty, so to speak, you could do a cleaning?
It would be, if you did wash down inside the pit there, because it's constructed where it retains everything. So the water wouldn't really have a place to go to. And then it's also constructed, normal construction of the raw material pit is that if you wash it down, there's not really any place. If there is a little pieces of scraps of raw material left, there's really no place for it to go. You would have to send somebody down in there, pick up every little piece. Where if you have new raw material coming in, when you're dumping it, it would help move that product.
So again, I assume at some point these pits are clean. So if not daily, what is a reasonable time frame under your standing for that area to be cleaned and washed down, if at all? Do you do it every 3 days, once a week, what?
I'm thinking. It's just a difficult one to answer due to the makeup of the unit. It's not really designed, in my opinion, to be cleaned on a normal basis. It's not designed to easily remove. It's designed to move material very quickly. It's not designed to easily remove water that be washed down inside the facility.
So help me understand the difference, since previously, if you were rendering under 415E, you'd have to do it. There's something about the fact you're just collecting and transitioning, not rendering, that makes it impractical now. I'm trying to find the difference between why in the rendering situation you could do it, but you're saying now you can't.
So when in that process where we would have material kind of coming and going and we would wash it down like to a little bit, but it would be, it didn't really do much.
Yeah, that's true. Interesting. Okay. A question, if I could, on the joint notice of stipulated facts, and you perhaps could answer it or counsel, but item 8, do you have that available for him? The joint notice of stipulated facts?
Yes, sir. One moment. Hey there.
And paragraph 8, just want to make sure I understand the terminology when we talk about ceasing collection operations there. You mean the collecting of the raw rendering materials for transport to another facility. Is that what that means?
Yes.
And it was discussed earlier that the proposed SOPs, there's been no training of personnel yet. Do you have any sense, without going to upper management, if you would oppose a condition that if we granted some sort of relief along the lines of either proposed order, that before you started the collection activities, the relevant personnel will be trained in the SOP?
Yes, I can guarantee that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
I just want to go back to the wash down and just ask a simple question. Since your testimony was that it was a safety issue as well, is it possible, and of course, I don't know what the cost would be, but have you entertained the idea of automating like a sprinkler system in there or a power wash system in there and to add a drain? Wouldn't that solve the problem?
We talked about drainage. Concern is once you put a drainage in there and because it's going to be a holding area for raw material. Once you put the raw material on there goes your drainage. It's now not really working. So it would either get very, very clogged because of the weight of the material on it. And then you would have to send somebody back in to try to get all that stuff out.
But isn't that, as Mr. Pearman was asking, doesn't that occur at one point or another anyway? I mean, how often do you clean out that pit?
So, well, obviously right now it's shut down and everything. I would have to look back at our records and how often we clean that out.
But that pit is going to be utilized in your future business profile?
The plan is, yes, the plan is to actually utilize the pit as the main function within the enclosure with the odor control equipment.
Right, but you must have some type of idea. If you've already gone to this point on the schematic and all of the photographs, et cetera, to have an idea of what your protocol is going to be for that pit. And all I'm asking is, since you're not going to do it daily, how often are you going to do it?
So the main concern is the little tiny pieces within there. And if you're trying to clean it out, it could take, because all the materials.
But obviously, if it's not going to be daily, you're going to do it once a week, once a month, whatever it's going to be, obviously it's going to collect, correct? All of that material is going to collect
Usually
during that time frame.
Usually new material is pushing out the old always. It's always coming and going, is pushing it out. So as new material gets in, the screw pushes out the old.
I'm trying to,
Yeah,
I'm trying to imagine that, and I'm having a really hard time imagining how there's not going to be a collection of material that some type of automated system and adding a drain wouldn't assist you. Not only on the safety issue, but also just complying. I mean, that to me would not be a hard fix.
Are you Do you mind if I ask a question to the board? When you were talking about cleaning, are you talking about just like a wash down of it?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's something we can entertain.
Because I think that that was one of the sticking points, not only with us, but also with the district.
I apologize. I thought we were kind of talking more like it needs to be
Swept out?
like perfect, like not, it's perfectly like spotless.
It's all about the material that's left over that's causing the odors, right? So that's what we're after.
Okay. Yeah, wash down is something we can entertain.
And how often do you think that that would be?
I think that's something could be feasible once a week. Because then, end of the week when everything is all gone, and we could get people to clean it all up. And maybe even figure out a way to automate it.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If you will. So, sir, just so we're kind of talking about the same thing here. So the past is the past. This is a completely new operation of sorts. How many jobs will we sustain?
How many jobs have we
How many jobs have you sustained since this shutdown?
We have kept 180.
And those 180 are working today.
180 working day.
And if in fact we choose to go in a different direction that's not favorable or palatable for Baker, what happens to those employees?
There'll be initial, probably 30 to 40
30, 40 rift?
union employees that probably go immediately. And then as we determine how that hit and if we can adjust to it, it could definitely get a lot worse after that.
So initially, folks throughout the entire region were vehemently opposed to the operation. Has that since changed? Have you seen newfound supporters?
So we've definitely seen that, rendering was something the community wasn't favorable to them, and that's why we've decided to give up our rendering permit and get away from that. We know it's caused a lot of issues, and it's something we've done for a long time. It was very difficult to see go. As you were just saying, we've had a lot of employees that, I had to sit down with each one of them. It was not, and say sorry to them and their families. So we're moving in a different direction. We're going to put rendering behind us in LA, and we're going to turn this into a transloading thing where we can keep people employed and also provide a service to a customer base all over Southern California that is in dire need and really, asking us to come back and help their grocery stores and their different facilities so we can, and then that product doesn't go to the dump, it goes into a recycling basis where it goes back into the system and it helps out.
So since you've been shut down, have you had an opportunity to engage the community around this issue, kind of heal the wounds, as it were?
There has been some engagement to the exact extent. To be honest, I've been kind of more, my job, I've been more focused on employees and trying to move things in a direction where the losses weren't so substantial. And as sadly, they had to mitigate some of those damages and had to say farewell to some people that are working with us for a while. But yeah, there's been talk to people.
So the discussion of cleaning the pit, you seem to be a little confused initially. So were you under the belief that the cleaning of the pit referenced cleaning it daily while there's still products within the pit?
My confusion is cleaning it to a point is like absolutely spotless.
It's just pristine. You can lick off of it.
More or less. And that's going to take, it's going to take getting a lot of guys in there for a long time to get it like that.
Okay. So at the end of the week, first of all, you have this odor preventative measure. Why don't we talk about that?
So the current preventive, we have multiple SOPs. So all the trucks coming in are tarped. All the raw material that will come into the facility will come up to the permanent total enclosure, which has roll-up doors. The roll-up door would, as they go up, there we have odor control air curtains, high velocity ones, 3,000 feet per minute. The truck that is covered comes into the facility. The door will then come down. So if there's not a truck more or less coming in the facility, the doors really shouldn't be up. They shouldn't be. It's only up, opening and closing for vehicles to be, or a personnel with a skip loader to be coming and going. The doors close, the air curtain turns off, and then we offload. So the general raw material pit is always generally stay within a permanent total enclosure. And with air curtains as the doors go up, and the doors are going to stay down mostly. So in a sense, there's always a barrier that contains the raw material that is in with that facility. And if when it is exiting, it's in a truck that is going to be covered.
So just so we can kind of get a perspective on this. So I call you and tell you I'm arriving at 12:05. I get there at 12:05, the door opens at 12:07.
So there'll be an employee. So the guy drives over there and an employee would be there and he would open the door for the truck. Open the door, air curtains turn on. And as soon as it is a substantial height for the truck to come in, he would go in, doors would come down, once the door is down, the air curtain would turn off.
But all of these deliveries, whether in and or out, are scheduled. So there's no backup of trucks. There's not like 6 trucks waiting to get in.
So there could be a point when trucks do come in, and if there's somebody within the enclosure, that guy's gonna have to wait with his tarp on his truck. And as soon as that guy exits, then he can go in the
Okay, so
enclosure.
the trucks are tarped. You have the odor preventative measures in place. So the sticking point is the cleaning of the pit. Is there any way to get that to 2 times per week? And I'm just asking, just simply asking as a layperson. I have no idea how this process works.
Wash down, I think that's something we could definitely entertain. And sprinklers, I'm thinking, the reason I took so much time, I was thinking, I'm like, okay, if we put sprinklers on there, I don't want to break them when I put the raw material in there. So how do I do that? Then I got to run water to it, and then that's got to get processed with the water treatment plant. So I got to make sure, then I got to do a pipeline that goes under the ground into the sump pump. Then I can make sure the sump pump has the right filtration to be able to pump it out. So there's certain circumstances to it. I want to make sure I have right. It's like Billy said, it's not something that's normally done. So I would have to try to figure something out brand new.
Last question. So there are meat rendering facilities and companies that perform this service throughout the country.
Yes.
Is there a standard for wash down? Is there some industry gold star guidelines for which we can reference with respect to wash down?
The one I could think of, no, not that I can think of. There's a standard of vehicles having their tires washed as they leave the facility. And every area has different ordinances. So it really varies on area to area.
You're washing the tires down when these trucks, you will wash the tires. There won't be any track out up on it.
We wash the bed liner and the tires before they go out.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Questions, Dr. Abraham?
I was gonna ask, do y'all have facilities outside of the 4 counties that is within our jurisdiction here? Does Baker have facilities outside?
Render
of-
facilities? No.
No, so that was the only.
That was the only
site.
one.
Um,
Outside.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said outside? Oh, yes. Yes, we do.
okay.
I apologize.
And I'm guessing there's some sort of engineer or technical person who, because there's several questions it seems like that we're asking that I'm guessing there's someone on the operations more day-to-day side that may have a more technical answer, or is that?
So some of the questions in regards to what can be done,
Maintenance,
it's a lot of them are engineering specifications. Because for instance, the drainage on the raw material pit is generally designed to conduct a certain way. I would have to determine how, because say we put like drainage on the back sloping point, that's where the gears are for the screws. So you have to figure out how to put drainage in a point where it would be able to go in and the screws can still operate and be able to, the system still work without breaking one another. So there's like definitely engineering concerns for some of these questions, and it'd be something new.
Do you know how the facilities that are outside of our jurisdiction operate in that respect?
Yeah, there's multiple facilities I can talk about.
Reference?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Balagopalan? Are you done, Dr. Iham? I'm sorry.
Yes, so just in your opinion, given your experience, so from 200,000 pounds, which is what you were kind of looking for versus the 60,000, just from your opinion, what kind of difference would that make on the odor nuisance?
So the general idea is the whole thing would be turned around in 24 hours. That's what we're hoping for, because that's the flexibility. So it would be all that material would be contained within the PTE, and then we would load it and then take it out. So as long as that material, in my opinion, gets in that PTE, we can control it.
Okay, and just again, on the washing front, it just seems like there must be some engineering or other technical or scientific solutions, especially with, I don't know if you can break down these materials, if there's some sort of process, right? Chemical process, for example, all these kind of things. So I just feel like I really would like to hear from someone that may be able to answer those questions of industry practices, whether Baker's following those. Is there some sort of solution to actually maintaining and cleaning the facilities? It just seems like there's got to be an answer to that question.
I can elaborate on that one just a little bit. If people, like most facilities that I've seen, they do generally this procedure, which is drop the loads on the slab, push it in, and they do clear the area around. And it's part of that cleaning procedure, which I definitely noticed in multiple different facilities, ours and others. But it's the raw material pit. I think it's those safety concerns and that operational engineering issue, I think kind of creates a stopgap for a lot of people.
So, Madam Chair, just a quick follow-up to Mr. Dr. Abraham's point. So would you agree that Southern California Air Quality Management District's rules are far more austere than anybody else throughout the country?
I can't say everybody else.
Who would have the most rigorous and most restrictive rules associated with your
Rendering?
industry?
The ones I know of?
Yes.
Here.
Okay, so it would be this district.
Yes.
Okay. So it's safe to then state, if you will, other places that are far less restrictive.
Yes.
So we set the standard in this basin. Would you agree?
But certain different areas follow principles of different one. For example, Washington, tends to, for some reason, they like to follow the Fresno area. So everybody's kind of copies different aspects of it, and they kind of jumble them together, kind of grab pieces that they like. I've noticed that.
So there's really no industry expert who can walk in here and tell us this is the standard for cleaning the pit or these types of facilities.
I don't know anybody that would fit an industry, come in and be able to say this industry standard for cleaning. I've worked in this industry for 19, 20 years. I've been to a lot of different facilities and worked a lot of different jobs, and I have never seen anybody clean the pit.
So let me get this last point straight. You stated Washington. Are you referencing the state of Washington?
Washington, yes.
They look towards Fresno.
For certain things, yes.
Now, I want to be clear here now. Fresno County, California.
San Joaquin.
San Joaquin. Washington looks beyond Oregon, looks all the way down to Fresno for a standard.
For the standard, yes.
Thank you.
Is there an association that all of these rendering companies belong to?
No.
No.
NARA. It's called NARA, and it
Oh,
used to be called
okay, there is.
NRA.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so it's been my experience, and I'm wondering, when you have, let's say, an annual meeting, that you don't have different groups that break off. One of them normally is an engineering type. That's a discussion like this wouldn't occur, and you get feedback from all of the facilities that are doing your same type of work, that I think that would be a real good place to start asking those questions and where you could get good information.
I actually so happened to be to one of those where cleaning came up, and one of the newest ones was around. But still, I can incur. But yeah, the raw material pit never really, matters.
Good question to ask them. Any other questions? Mr. Bell, are you done?
Yeah, just a
Okay,
couple of
sorry,
quick ones.
Dr.
So
Abraham.
if this facility was shut down entirely, there is no alternative plan currently or even without outside of this jurisdiction to move operations or try this new translocate, whatever it's called, transporting process?
Is there any current, I'm sorry, your question was,
Yeah, I
is
was
there
just
any
curious,
current
is there
plans,
like, let's
right?
just say
No, there's no.
worst
no
case
general
scenario, okay.
plans, no.
And do you know roughly how close the closest residential communities are, how close the closest school is, and how close the closest healthcare facility is by any chance?
Not the closest health facility, but the other one's a few miles away.
The what is,
Few miles.
but what is the few miles?
I don't have the exact number.
Oh, yeah, no, but you're saying homes or schools or healthcare?
Oh,
How close is the closest home ballpark roughly?
my understanding is a few miles away.
Few miles away. Let's see, there was one more. You know, when Mr. Pearman had asked about whether or not there was some happy medium between 200 and 60, that comment about upper management, is there a reason why someone who had the capacity to make those decisions isn't here with us today? Or just kind of want to really understand because if those are business decisions based on, just profitability, then that makes us much more concerned. And given the public concern here, if there are decisions that take into account all of this, including the health and safety, that decision maker probably should have been in the room to be able to answer some of those questions. So that was just a question is there a reason why someone from upper management wasn't able to join us today, or if y'all had in-house general counsel or someone?
So general counsel is here today?
Oh, that's your in-house general counsel. Okay, got it.
Yeah, that's true. And also it's available I could actually contact somebody, step out and make a phone call.
Okay, that's really appreciated. So if there are questions, we would definitely want to get answers from someone that can make the decision. The last question is for these union members. Have there been issues with the union members about health and safety standards? And also have there been complaints from employees related to health and safety in relation to odor nuisance and other health and safety concerns?
Not according to the raw material. There'd probably be be honest, there might be some safety concerns about climbing into the pit. From what I remember, actually, they weren't too exactly happy the last time they did it.
Thank you.
Mr. Balakova.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Andrew. I have a number of questions, so, and if I'm jumping all over the place, but you mentioned early on, you surrendered your renting license, or you're planning to?
So we were surrendered.
Surrendered, and whom did you surrender that
So
to?
we filed and sent it to the AQMD.
To the AQMD?
Yes.
What does it say? I mean, what is the rendering license that you surrendered?
So what we did is we went through the Title V permit and deactivated all the items. Like obviously the main component's a cooker, right? Like without that, you can't render. That and amongst a whole bunch of other screws and presses and other items, and we deactivated all those.
Now, besides AQMD, are there other agencies that you have to surrender to or let them know that you're not rendering anymore, or who were previously overseeing your operation?
No.
Okay.
For like transloading, there's a seat.
No, not for transloading. When you were doing the rendering, there were no other agencies. We had a state veterinarian come and, testify. Don't they come and inspect your facilities?
No, they were like, there's other agencies that normally want to inspect us, and we just say we're no longer rendering.
Rendering,
Yeah.
okay. And do they ask for some kind of proof that you're no longer rendering?
I haven't been down to that road yet. That would be quality control manager. I'm not sure how he dictated that information to them.
So you have surrendered, not all, but the relevant AQMD permits that were associated with the rendering, like grinding machine, the grinding equipment and cookers and all that.
Yeah, grinder, cooker, presses, certain screws I had. It was quite a long list.
What about control systems?
Well,
Like I think in one of the areas it showed, one of the pits was going to a scrubber you mentioned. Is that,
the scrubber is still operational.
still operational? Are there other control systems such as scrubbers that are operating at other places, venting different equipment?
There's a water plant, there's a scrubber, and at there's an afterburner and down at plant 2 where we have that's connected to our grease processing tanks and the
So
centrifugal.
that's still
That is still operational.
operation. Okay. Now, the loaded question, I know this early on, the district made this is the 415 applicability. Does this transloading operation, is the transloading operation subject to Rule 14 in your opinion? 415, is the transloading operation?
No.
No. Okay. All right. I'll move on from that. Now let me take the pit. I think there's some confusion of the pit. What I understand from in the interim, you're going to take out, you have the slab area, and then the material is pushed into the pit. And then in the past, there was a screw that took it to the cooker, to the
Yes.
grinder and so forth.
That is correct.
And that's the pit we are talking about, right? Where the
Yes.
material falls in because it can then get conveyed.
Yes.
Okay, now as an interim measure, you're going to remove the screws, both the screws, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to put plates,
That's
and
correct.
it'll be level, not slanting plates, or just, are they going to be?
It's going to be a little bit slanted.
Okay, those
It's going to be flush, but a little slanted.
flush, but it'll cover the screw area, but generally.
Yeah, because the screw area has a little bit of trough where the screw sat. So it'll sit flush and sit down on top of that and make the whole thing flush.
So now when the material comes in, you can still push it in, but it no longer will be in the pit, where the screws are. Because it's covered.
Yeah, so it'll be in the pit, but it'll be sitting on top of the plates
On top of the
that
plate.
were the screws.
And that's, you can freely, not freely, but you can then use the front loader or the bobcat to remove,
Yeah,
pull it out with
deeper.
that,
You have
and
to
then put it
drop.
out. And,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, am I going too fast too? Oh, okay, sorry. Just raise your finger. Okay, so I think a lot of it is coming because there's an existing rule 415, and the thought process is, that applies 415 because the wash down, and I'm looking at the current rule 415, the wash down, there is a requirement for wash down daily of the receiving area, but I don't think, and my guess was that it did require the areas that are open, that are free, to be, washed down. I don't believe, correct me if I'm wrong, if it applied to the screw, because as you pointed out, it doesn't make sense to go down and put water into where the screws are.
So the receiving area is considered as you were stating, it's considered the area where the raw material is dumped onto the ground. And that is considered the receiving area, the slab or the floor, and not the receiving pit itself.
Okay, so the area that doesn't have the material, you have no issues in cleaning it as needed.
So the area where the floor slab where the material is dumped, we have no problems cleaning where the material has been dumped and pushing the material out of the way to clean that.
On a daily basis?
Yes, no issues there.
No issues there. So only because the transloading operation, you'll have tons of material in the receiving area. And I'm assuming there was going to be no point in time where it's entirely free. It's coming and going. Essentially, that's what you plan to do.
That is, our goal is to get everything out in 24 hours. But yeah, materials can be coming and going on a pretty normal basis.
Free space is something that you can wash down.
The receiving area, yes.
Yeah, okay. And I think that's maybe some confusion, versus washing the pit area but okay, let me back up. Once the permit is given for the new PTE, and then you install the screw, you will then before that, you will reinstall the screw conveyors. Remove the plates, reinstall the screw conveyors, and that will be utilized to feed the conveyors to load the truck load out.
Yes, the screws would go back into place, and then material would be pushed in to the raw material pit. The screws would then move towards the center point into incline screw into the loading screws.
Into the loader. Okay. Now let me ask a dumb question. And I might know the answer, but I wanted to ask you, why come to your receiving area to go outside later? Why not go directly to your offsite?
And so the assets for the vehicles are built for routes in particular because there are loading mechanisms on there. Also, the drivers have a certain amount of DOT hours. So, and also you got to make sure you have, for operational efficiency, you got to make sure the trucks that are going out, which carry more than, most of the route trucks that are coming in because they're gonna be full, will all go out full. So keep down costs for trucking.
And are those outgoing trucks different from the incoming trucks generally?
Yes, they're a longer set trailer and they're pulled by a long distance semi tractor.
Plus, my thought was that you also get a readout, the load coming in so you can track the load going out.
Yes, we get both.
So if it does go in, you won't have a readout of the load that was sent to okay, let me move on from that. The biggest concern I have really, and I think your air curtain works, the door opens, the air curtain comes on and until the door is shut and it automatically turns off. When the truck comes in, how long does it take to unload?
So when the truck comes in covered, and then once it's inside, we close the door. It varies, but not too much. It should take about 20, 30 minutes.
20, 30.
Because what takes the longest is the lifting of the gate and the dropping, but also washing it down.
Is the truck running? Is the engine running at that time?
The PTO is running, depending on the truck. Yes, it's usually running.
Okay, so here's where I'm coming. So there are emissions that are coming from the truck, diesel emissions that are going inside your PTE.
Mhm.
And you have foul air inside the PTE because you got putrefaction of the material you brought in, right? Because it's happening in process, it's happening in situ, the putrefaction, the decaying, correct?
Mhm.
And you have foul air essentially inside, and your workers coming in and working. And it appears you weren't sure if there was a negative air emission. So how does the air get filtered? How does the air get, because you have workers have to work in there. You got, essentially there's, the curtains are coming in, there's air movement also inside. The air has to go out someplace, right? And does that get filtered before it goes out?
No, it does not get filtered before it goes out.
Okay.
Yeah, the general basis of the system is to keep all the air contained within the building.
Right, but then in time, it gets very putrid and foul and exhaust from the diesel and so forth. So of course, when, where does that, don't you have air exchanges?
It's other air curtains. The system is built as an approved method through the AQMD as order control. And as order control, the main purpose of it is to reduce the majority of any odors escaping.
And I think what you did was approved by the AQMD.
Yes.
And it was a provision in the rule that allowed you as an alternate control measure, because you had the option of going to negative air, going to a scrubber, or doing air curtain. And what you did and got approved was the air curtain.
Yes.
But I think that is a different process, which was rendering. I'm looking at transloading now. You got material coming in, sitting there, it's not moving as used to getting processed. There's, is that something, has your company given thought of changing your system or looking at cleaning the air that is inside the PTE, venting into a scrubber, or some control system like a carbon or something like that? So there is, the odor, because now the air has to go someplace.
Yes.
The air is foul. It's going to escape through holes or whatever. And when the worker come in, the door open, it goes out. And that's what the community is going to smell.
Yes.
Is the odor. So if you can clean the air, before regular as ongoing basis, then it minimizes the odor, correct?
Well, my understanding is both pieces of equipment are supposed to reduce reduce substantial amounts of any odor that might be coming out. I don't have the data on which one could do a better job than the other.
Yeah, okay. All right, I know that was approved and that's what you went with, okay. But that's the concern.
Yeah.
Because now the process, that was the process under Rule 415. 415 doesn't apply anymore to your operation because you're not rendering anymore. That's my, I know that there's a contention on that, but
Objection, this is, you're now testifying.
testifying, okay,
or
but I
giving
do
an
like to get a
opinion.
Yes,
readout
thank you, Ms.
from the
Sims, yes.
attorneys, whether that rule will apply once the, transloading occurs,
So, yeah, I mean, I think counsel for the district alluded to this in his opening statement, but our position is that it's crystal clear that it does not. And the district's position I won't represent, but they believe that it does.
And I did talk to our, and I can do it during the
Deliberation.
deliberation, okay? Because I did talk to our
Sorry,
counsel.
but if this is going to be this is going to be contentious, then we want to actually present our reasoning for why 415 still applies.
And to
Well,
be clear, I have presented no reasoning. I've simply stated our position.
Yes.
And I agree that if we need to brief the issue.
And I think that's what I talked to the attorney and he said that might be a good idea to get a briefing from both parties,
Well, this is our, yes, not only that, but what we're trying to do here, obviously, is move the ball forward, right? And we were trying to find a balance between being responsible, a good environmental steward, thank you, and also providing the ability to keep a business going. It pained me greatly to shut down that company. I did not feel good walking out of here. I was not proud of the fact that we couldn't find a solution. We need to find a solution. And if that means that we've got to come together somehow and there's got to be some give here, then that's what we need to do. And our questions and suggestions are trying to go in that direction. So, and not only that, the hours, we have until 4 technically, and I think we're going to probably stay longer than that. But the whole idea here is to get a solution. Find a solution where everybody can live with it. It's still going to be a good business plan, as well as still help us reduce the nuisance situation. So that being said,
let me
that being
continue.
said-
Okay, let me move on. When you're sending it outside the district, what's the facility you say you're sending it to? Rendering facility? Is that something you can disclose or?
Yeah. We would send it to our Fresno facility or our Phoenix facility.
In Phoenix, okay. All right. And then you said only Darling is the only other rendering facility in the South Coast?
Yes,
And
the only public rendering,
is Legacy Byproduct still operating? Or
not that I'm aware of.
they shut down? Okay, all right. Okay, let me just one. So on the other 3 areas, you're going to put PTEs on. Looks like one of them is going to a scrubber. The centrist, not the centrist, it's the grease pit area that you're all 3 the 3 different areas you're going to put PTEs, right?
So so there's a grease trap pit where we receive the grease trap water. That enclosure, small enclosure, that's going to go to a scrubber, and that's in the water plant. The centrisis unit itself is already connected to the afterburner.
Okay.
We would just connect that small enclosure to the afterburner. And those units produce, trash on a fairly normal basis. Then there's a skimmer where the J&M skimmer where the unit is used here and there, sometimes not used. That one would just be a closed system.
Not going to any control?
No, that would not be.
Okay. All right. Okay, I think that's all the question I had for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions, board members?
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Dr.
ask
Abraham?
really quickly. So is there any automated data collection process for how often the doors open and the curtain is running and how long the truck stays within and also the temperature inside? Are any of those things automatically collected?
No, not currently.
Okay. Okay. Cause I'm also wondering, does the nuisance change with temperatures outside as well? So I'm wondering do y'all have the capacity to maintain data of how many times the gate or whatever, the garage doors opening and closing and how long the curtain's running, how long a truck stays within that area?
I would have to look at that. Normally, there's data meters like that. I would have to see if it worked congruently with that type of air curtain. We do have a raw material receiving log, which also shows when trucks come in and when they dump. How long the truck is inside, that one would be very difficult because there's no like data set on the vehicle and time frame. I would have to look at those things.
And is the unit full ever where lots of deliveries have come, but then going to Arizona or Fresno, there's like a backup, so you're waiting on the trucks that are going that way. So there's a backup of trucks that need to deliver versus the trucks that are here to pick up and take out. Like, does that need to be planned out in a certain way, or do you end up with a backlog of trucks outside?
So the trucks, if there is a truck currently discharging within the raw material receiving permanent toll enclosure, then another truck that is waiting to discharge would be covered out waiting its turn.
But a pickup truck would be somewhere within the next hour or something, or what, how long could that be waiting to be emptied, for example? And you said, the goal is 24 hours, but
So the goal would be to, yeah, like you said, it'd be try to everything come in and everything go out within a 24-hour period.
and that's the goal. So where are we really, like, on the worst case scenarios? How long are things staying inside that facility?
Worst case scenario, everything breaks. Like in the terms, it says it would not keep product long term. I would not want to see anything in there more than 7 days, but that's like long term.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, board members?
Yes.
Mr. Ali?
Just want to make it clear, you're not operating a facility currently.
No.
Okay,
Oh,
so
I'm sorry.
you're not operating this process because
No.
some of the comments and the questions would lead folk at home to believe you're currently operating. And so I just want to make it very clear that you're just providing hypothetical scenarios. There's nothing that will be there for 7 days, nothing's broken down. Because the last thing we want is for the community to be enraged and under the prevailing belief that we've conspired to help you in some way maintain a facility that's already been operating. Things become very confusing when it's translated through the airwaves. So I want to be very clear, you're not operating this process today.
There is no raw material that comes onto this facility. There is no rendering going on at this facility.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Okay, and I assume, do you have another witness that you wanted to present?
We do not have another witness,
Okay,
Madam Chair.
so we would be transitioning over to the district. Let's take a 15-minute break before we do that. And so we're off the record for 15 minutes. Everyone good to go? All right, we're back on the record. Okay. All right, the district, you want to call your first witness, please?
Yes, the district calls its first witness, Paolo Longoni. Mr. Longoni, can you introduce yourself to the district or to the hearing board?
My name is Paolo Longoni, spelled Paolo, last name Longoni, Longoni. I'm currently an Air Quality Inspector 3, and I've been at the district for a little over 16 years.
On May 24th, did you sign a declaration that we've marked as Exhibit 36?
I did.
Before you continue, I want to verify also on the record that you did take the oath.
I did this morning.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Within your declaration, Mr. Longoni, there's a reference to your experience with inspecting rendering facilities within the district. Can you briefly describe that experience?
So I have some experience inspecting rendering facilities prior to Rule 415. My experience was limited to what used to be called D&D disposal and Baker. After Rule 1415 was introduced, my experience has been limited to Baker and Darling International.
Related to today's modified or request for modified or for abatement, have you reviewed all of the documents that Baker submitted to the hearing board?
I did.
Did you review the standard operating procedures?
I did.
Did you read or review the standard operating procedures for their transloading operations?
I did.
Did you see if South Coast AQMD was given the ability to enforce those standard operating procedures, do you see any issues with that?
To be more specific, which part of the operating condition you're referring to?
For example, there's a reference to no long-term storage of hard material. Would you have a hard time enforcing what that means?
I would, because there is no an amount of time specified. So that would be a little bit vague as a concept, so therefore unenforceable.
If you were to just estimate what long-term storage even means, do you have an estimate for that?
No.
What are the concerns about having raw rendering material sitting within an enclosure for a long time?
The possibility that the material could be eventually be odorous and cause complaints for the neighboring community.
Are you familiar with Baker's permanent total enclosure?
I am.
Is that enclosure controlled by any air control equipment?
Currently it's not.
Let me rephrase. Does the facility have any air pollution control equipment?
On the main plant permanent total enclosure, it does not.
Thank you for clarifying that. Do you have familiarity with observing Baker move raw rendering material?
I do. I once observed in the past them moving a certain amount of material.
Do you know when you observed Baker moving raw rendered material into trucks?
Yeah, it was back on September 23rd, 2021.
I'd like to circulate a notice of violation and notice of violation report related to Mr. Longoni's inspection on that date. And I'd like to give everyone an opportunity to review it and then for Mr. Longoni to authenticate the document.
Let me ask a question here. Before we continue and go down this path, if we're looking at what they are going to be doing from this point forward, we already shut them down for what they did do. We already know, based on the testimony and based on all of the exhibits that you presented to us in previous hearings. So why are we asking about what already happened when that's not what we're here for? We're here to find a solution. We're here to see what they are going to do, what the district still has requests for them to do within the rules. That's where we want to go. I don't really, and hope I'm speaking for my board members, we don't want to sit here and go over all of the stuff that we know that they were already basically punished for. So they've already, let's move on.
Well, we don't want to go over the past for any, just to go over the past. We feel it's relevant for why we're proposing what we've proposed in our proposed conditions.
Then just
and
say
orders.
that. Then just go there.
And this really, lays out the foundation for that opinion. Those are the facts that support why we're proposing.
However, we've read those facts, we've seen those facts. It's not something that we haven't discussed before. It's not something we don't know. So is there a way for you to lay the foundation without going through a lengthy questioning of your witness?
Yes. Mr. Dwyer, are you trying to show why he can talk about why 200,000 is too much or 60,000 too little or what?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
And it's
then.
because he was there and saw some loading activity at some point, among other things?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any disagreement that he was there and witnessed this on a certain date?
There's no disagreement that what's stated already in his declaration is accurate and that we're not objecting to the foundation of what he's stated.
Now, is this the September 23rd, 2021 you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, it's in your declaration. They don't object, so he was there. We don't need to see the violation report unless you
Okay.
have some other reason for it, Mr. Dwyer. Yeah.
Well, it's definitely more thorough than the brief statement within the declaration. I wanted to at least present it to the board for them to peruse if they wanted to. So I would prefer to still just circulate it. We don't have to go in depth into it, but
You can go ahead and circulate it.
For the record, we object that this is unnecessarily prejudicial. We've not objected to the foundation, and he can certainly ask Mr. Longoni about the specific facts of what type of loading he's observed and where.
Duly noted.
So Madam Chair, while the gentleman is
Thank you, sir.
distributing, just want to be clear, will we be able to land this plane at 4:30?
We're going to be real close. And in fact, let me go there. If it looks like we will not be able to complete the process in this time, we're going to have to continue this to another date. And let's go ahead. There's also a concern that we wanted to, and Mr. Dwyer spoke about it earlier, about 415 and what the district's idea of it is and what Baker's idea of it is and how we're approaching that. And so I am going to request that both sides give us a 2-pager or a 3-pager that we can look at and see what the differences are, because that is going to have some relevance because the district believes that some parts still belong under 415, and I know that Baker does not. So were you going to say something, Mr. Perry?
Yeah, I don't know, but if the thought was the cleaning condition of 415E, I would just say there's a possibility that it's just a question of what the conditions are. You could come up with conditions taking some from 415E, but not relying on that and let the parties fight another day if they think 415 applies. So that possibility might exist. And, you know, that's one solution perhaps, but we'll see how it goes.
I don't mean to interject, but I might propose something if the board is willing to hear it. First of all, Mr. Perman, I think we all agree. One thing we've tried to do is avoid the entire fight about the applicability of 415 by specifying the specific subject matter that would go in. So in other words, instead of Baker shall comply with 415E, it would be Baker shall do X, Y, and Z, or A, B, and C. And within Rule 415E, nearly all of those provisions Baker is able to do with this proposed business. The district the board in questioning our witness had raised some questions and some issues. And so if it appears that we will need to continue to a further date, we might consider, and I'm just raising this for some discussion at some point, whether Baker can make a proposal to the board, because we have been discussing in good faith collaboration with the district for a long time. But if we were able to make a proposal to the board that perhaps gave voice to some of the concerns that the board members have raised or some of the questions that the board members have raised, it might give the board something concrete to consider in between the two proposals that were made. And of course, the district could do the same thing if they wished. But that might be some way to sort of, avoid the necessity of coming back and sort of completing not an adversarial process, but a formal hearing process.
Just going to add, in the district's proposed finding and decision, they did refer to 415G, in 10, one of the condition. So there is some reference to 415. They could have teased out, and I think your suggestion, the elements of it without reference in the rule.
Yes, sir. And indeed, we have discussed that and we're trying to continue to discuss that. I don't know that Baker and the district will come to complete agreement. For instance, 415E is where the washdown provision is contained. And that, as the board members have seen, is one of the points of contention here. We certainly, as I've said, that most of those provisions are things that, regardless of the applicability of Rule 415, Baker is able to do in this and willing and wants to do in this process. But there are a few things that are different because this is not a rendering facility, or at least our position is that. So yes, the parties have been discussing, look, let's avoid this fight. The issue is, I don't know that we will ultimately get to where we agree on all of the provisions that are within 415 that could be done, which could lead to the board needing to make that determination. We would like to avoid it, though.
We are, both parties are aligned on not needing to take the issue of Rule 415 applicability at this time. And we have been in discussion regarding, instead of a reference to, say, Rule 415E, to take out specific provisions. And given that this is an abatement order context, the hearing board does have more flexibility in terms of what it is ordering.
Okay. All right. So therefore, we can go ahead and you can, if you want to go ahead and go down, I don't want to see you go down to the path of going over history again. I want to see, let's go forward. And I understand you want to lay out a foundation, but if we can do that as briefly as possible with still giving us the picture of how we are going to see this company still try to operate without rendering, of course, and then where we're going to find a solution for both sides.
Madam Chair, just one quick comment and colloquy with you. If they seem to be in much agreement on many things, then why could they not caucus? We recess their caucus. They come back with a proposal. Perhaps they can work amicably. I mean, everybody seems to be getting along here today. And so perhaps they would even want to waive their closing and we move right to their proposal and we can then deliberate based upon that. Now, again, that's just my suggestion. The board has to make a determination and perhaps both parties would have to agree, but it just stands to reason. Let's try to find a path to a solution so we can move this forward within the basin. Thank you.
Board members, any other comments on that? Mr. Pearman?
No, but I think council just said he doesn't think they can really close the deal totally on the washout, the cleaning one. So I have to take them at their word that we may have to pick between two choices at best.
And I was going to say, finally, it's going to come to us, then we need to know, does one apply or not apply, having a briefing paper.
Have to do that.
No,
We
because they're
just
taking
decide
out the,
what we want to say.
if they take out
But
the
I think
language.
the background, why, the arguments might help us making a decision,
Didn't help me, but.
Yeah.
Well, but as was said, if you take out the language of referencing specifically 415, yet they're going to still do what is within that rule, then for me, that solves a lot. And that would make it easier for me to make a decision on, okay, these are the things they're going to do. Even if they were historically under 415, they're still willing to do it. But where they need to come to some type of a solution is between that 200,000 and that 60,000 in my view. So that to me is the one thing that's really sticking out that has to be hammered out. So if you're going to go down that path, Mr. Dwyer, we would really like to see that. And all the testimony that we are willing to hear. I like Mr. Ali's idea, but also I want to be respectful and cognizant of my other board members as well and what they need to have said so that we can deliberate and make a decision. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Do we have to label this as an exhibit or? Is it
Yes, we
already in the
do. Yes, we
material?
do. Okay. That is going to be 39.
39, yeah.
Thank you. And that'll be entered into evidence. And by the way, did Baker also want to enter into evidence all of the pictures that you had,
Yes, Madam Chair. I believe it was entered as Exhibit GG.
Madam Clerk, what were we missing? Madam Clerk?
Into evidence. It wasn't entered into evidence.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
My apologies. May we move it into evidence now?
Yes,
Okay,
so done.
thank you.
Okay, Mr. Dwyer.
Mr. Longoni, we're not going to go into detail about the exhibit that we've just marked, your notice of violation report for P63824. But I just wanted to briefly go over when you observed material being loaded into large trucks at Baker's facility. Do you mind just briefly going over what you observed on September 23rd, 2021, around 2200 hours? And that's on page 5 of your notice of violation report.
Yeah, on that day when I arrived at the facility, the current condition of the facility where the main plant was down and the only operational plant was the GNM plant. So when I went by the GM plant, we noticed some material that was staged outside the GNM plant. At that point in time, Baker has not constructed yet an enclosure around the GM plant. And after looking at the inbounding material tickets, we realized that Baker has exceeded the 4 hours they were allowed to stage the material. And so basically, they were given three options: either move the material inside the main plant enclosure, process the material, or move the material into a other container, which we agree could be a truck with a tarp put on top at the end of the loading operation. So from the 22 hours up to almost 3 hours later, we observed them moving about 195,000 pounds of material, roughly 65,000 pounds of material. And so that was the base for the 60,000 storage capability that we would like Baker to comply with.
So about how many how many pounds per hour was Baker able to move into trucks at that time?
Based on the information that we were given for people that were present that night, we calculated about 65,000 pounds of material for each hour.
Okay. Can you describe the location where you observed this?
So the location was to the left of where currently there is the JM enclosure. So it would be to the left, there was a L-shaped bay. And so we observed the material being loaded in these trucks using a loader.
Was this within an enclosure?
No, it's not.
Do you think it would be harder to move the material within an enclosure?
Possibly,
Why would it be harder?
because it would be constrained by the enclosure.
So would the vehicles have a harder time maneuvering within the enclosure?
Possibly.
Okay. I move to submit into evidence exhibit number 39.
So moved.
The chair has noted my objection from prior.
I have no further questions for my witness.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for being with us today, Mr. Langoni. A few questions for you. Okay, so to be clear, Mr. Langoni, you've heard today the discussion making clear that Baker is willing to have the SOPs be enforceable by the district, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that much of your declaration that you submitted discusses the fact that because the SOPs were not exhibits to the proposed order, that they would not be enforceable, correct?
Correct. There is no specific reference in our proposed condition to the SOP.
Okay, so if we assume that the parties will or with the help of the hearing board, place those SOPs into a position where they would be enforceable by the district once an order is entered by the hearing board, all of those sections of your declaration would become irrelevant, correct?
Conditionally, I will still be concerned about the quantity, the schedule, and the washout.
So the substance of the SOPs or the substance of what you discussed, but the actual enforcement mechanism would not be an issue.
You mean once we agree on these three conditions, they're clear and they're enforceable? Yeah, I would agree.
Okay. Have you ever driven a trucking route?
Myself?
Yes.
No.
Have you ever been a passenger on a trucking route?
No.
Have you ever collected raw rendering material on a trucking route?
No.
Do you know how raw rendering material is collected on a trucking route from customers?
No.
Okay. Have you ever managed the logistics of a raw material collection trucking route?
No.
Are you experienced in developing trucking routes in Southern California or elsewhere?
No.
Okay. Have you ever assessed the demand for raw material collection in Southern California?
No.
Have you monitored pricing for raw material and collection in Southern California?
No,
Do you know how pricing has fluctuated in Southern California regarding raw material collection?
no,
Okay. Have you ever managed the economics of a raw material transloading operation?
Objection, this is a cross-exam. He didn't go over this in his direct testimony.
He submitted a declaration that absolutely touches on this.
He did not testify as to pricing. He did not testify as to whether or not he has information on trucking logistics.
Okay, is there a way that we can get to the
Yes, ma'am.
point of this?
Yes, ma'am. Fair enough. Just a few more questions along those lines. Do you know whether a facility that can store 60,000 pounds of raw material at one time in a PTE would be economically viable?
my approach to this particular question is different than yours. I am concerned mostly about the possible odors and the surrounding facilities. So my concern, if I can finish, is in case we have an odor that cannot be mitigated, is how quickly you guys can remove that material from the facility. So based on my experience, I experience firsthand you can move 60,000 pounds per hour.
Okay, so
That's the base for my 60,000.
okay. So then let's talk about that. Have you ever operated a skip loader, Mr. Longoni?
No,
Have you ever operated a front shovel or a claw as the type that we've
I don't
discussed?
see how this pertain to the 60,000 they observed that night.
Could you answer the question?
No.
You've never, so since you've never done that, you've never operated a skip loader or a claw at Baker's facility that's depicted in this PTE schematic.
Objection asked and answered. He had already said he's never operated a skip loader.
You don't know the precise dimensions of a skip loader, do you?
Sir, can I ask you a
Yes,
question?
Ms. Andreoli
Okay.
didn't know the dimension of the skip loader earlier.
Mr. Langoni, just a moment, please. What I want to know is what is the point of asking him specific, which in my view are smaller questions?
Right.
I would like to hear the bigger question and the one that you are really trying to get us to understand.
Certainly. So, Mr. Longoni, you heard testimony earlier today from Mr. Andreoli that skip loaders and the loading equipment within this PTE will not have problems maneuvering the material within that PTE, correct? Or am I misstating that?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have a basis to disagree with Mr. Andreoli's testimony that there will not be difficulty maneuvering that equipment within that PTE?
Again, I'm not concerned about the quantity. I'm concerned about the timing that material can be removed.
So, but Mr. Longoni, one of the elements of the time that you yourself have just testified to is that it would be difficult to maneuver equipment, or possibly, what you said was possibly, that it could be difficult to maneuver equipment within this permanent total enclosure, correct?
Possibly, correct. I said possibly because I don't have first-hand experience.
Okay. Just a few other questions. I'll leave that. In the exhibit that you discussed, or the incident that you discussed with counsel, said that this material was outside. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you hear Mr. Andreoli's testimony earlier today when he testified that moving material or collecting material inside the PTE, as described here, is actually easier than moving it outside?
Yes.
And do you have a basis to disagree with Mr. Andreoli's testimony?
Now, based on the time, how many times I responded not to your question, no, I don't.
Okay. And I think what you said was, even under these conditions outside, that Baker was able to move 65,000 pounds of material into covered containers or enclosures within 1 hour. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I believe what you said that Baker was given 3 options to move that material into 3 places. Can you tell me what those were?
All right, at that time, we were still in the interim part of the rule where the facility was not yet required to have a permanent enclosure. So at that point, the main plant enclosure was built. So one option was to move the material inside that enclosure.
Okay, so
The second was to process the material to the JM plant. And the third was to move the material inside a covered container. And we said that a truck with a tarp rule at the end would be a acceptable option.
okay. Thank you, sir. And
You're welcome.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Okay, board members, do we have questions? Mr. Pearman?
So, sir, let me understand the observation you made in September 2021. Was the material at the JMM plant?
Right, so if you're facing the JM plant, it will be to the left of the JM plant. There was a bay that was shaped like an L, and the material was sitting there.
But the JMM plant is not the current PTA area prior to extension, is it? It's not the same area. So what is it about that you feel confident that what happened at the JMN site was at least as difficult, if not easier, than maneuvering the trucks around this site? And if so, why? What's the base for that conclusion?
So the base of my conclusion is then I observed them moving 65,000 pounds of material under what would be the initial condition in the permanent enclosure, moving them to a skip loader without using a screw conveyor. So it was a very similar condition to what I think there would be as they start operating the transloading operations.
So you think that that same operation in the current PTE prior to extension would take longer than 3 hours, say for 197,000 pounds?
Based on my observation that night, yes.
And give me an estimate of how much more, 5 hours, 8 hours? What do you think would be the differential?
We'll stay to the 65,000 pounds per hour.
So when you were there in September of 2021, when you say you estimated 197,000 pounds, that was there in trucks at one point in time on the premises?
Well, there were a few trucks there, so they filled the fuel and they kept them there covered with the tarp.
So if they've already done it with almost 200,000 pounds there, why can't they do it again? I'm kind of missing the point. It seemed to me that your observation shows they could handle 200,000 pounds in a day, certainly, since they did it in 3 hours.
Again, my concern is in case we have another event that they cannot mitigate, how comfortable we are, what amount of time are we comfortable with before they can remove that material?
Okay, but
So my base is based on that night, I think they can remove 65,000 pounds per hour. I'm comfortable with giving them an hour to remove all that material. Your board members might be comfortable with more. My initial estimate is 1 hour.
okay, but as you said, you're concerned about the air quality, but if we determine that all the trucks are covered and the air curtains work, et cetera, then does that mitigate your concerns?
It's also based on the type of enclosure they currently have. They don't have a temperature control enclosure. They don't have a auto control equipment. There's vent in the enclosure. They have an alternative standard, basically 2 rolling up doors with a curtain. That's what they currently have.
So you would recommend some additional air quality measures at the PTE to satisfy your concerns, such as?
As I read the staff report, it appears that they have a facility in, just to be sure, in the city of Penfield, in the Rochester area, where the main enclosure is equipped with 3 separate scrubbers. I would like something maybe close to these requirements.
Okay. And you also, in your declaration, that paragraph 20 talked about the district's proposed 9 p.m. requirement for all hard material to be removed from the enclosure will provide Baker the ability to clean inside the enclosure daily. you heard the testimony of Baker's witness about how this current PTE, if it was just doing the collection, not rendering, was different than the rendering facility, and the pit essentially was no longer in operation. Did that discussion change your mind about the need for daily cleaning, such as would be the case in a clear 415E situation?
Again, when I read the staff report, it looks like the regulators from the district visited several facilities inside the AQMD jurisdiction and outside the AQMD jurisdiction. One of these facilities was located in Florida, and it looks like this particular facility made part of their daily operation, the idea of removing standing water from the floors. And if you read the staff report about that particular section, says how instead the experience of the same regulators in the wellness facility was very different. There was a lot of standing water. So my concern is the standing water may create odor, so I would like to have a system where they can clean all the areas where the animal material comes in contact with. So that's my concern.
And the staff report you're referring to, what do you mean by staff report?
The staff report that accompanies usually a rule.
That what?
It accompanies a rule.
I believe that's Exhibit 2 from the September 2022 or 22 hearing.
Okay. I don't have it in front of me, but I take it that staff report didn't look at a facility that was transitioning from rendering to being a collection and disposal transfer facility only, though, like this is proposed to be.
Again, everything goes back to the applicability of 415 in this case, whether it's applicable or not. If it is applicable, that this is part of the best management practices included in 415.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Mr. Belakaplan?
Thank you. Mr. Paolo Longoyo. I think in response to Mr. Dwight's question, you said there's no air pollution control equipment, but what about the district did allow them to use the air curtain? Did they not, in lieu of using a negative air, venting it, negative air enclosure, venting to scrubber, the district approved an air curtain as an alternative control measure?
Correct.
Okay, so they did, that was considered.
It's one of the acceptable alternatives they are given in the rule. Doesn't mean necessarily it's the most efficient.
Right, but that was what was approved in the 415 permit. Okay, just want to make clear. Now, you heard Mr. Androli's testimony that they have. I think we heard also the there's inside the enclosure they have the claw, and they have the front end loader. And I believe I had my notes. They can load in half an hour a truck out. Do you disagree with that? Go ahead.
Based on my experience, I do disagree.
So that
experience doesn't mean it's not feasible. I do disagree.
And the experience you had was the 2021, which is the NOV.
Correct.
And your basis for the 60,000 is strictly based on that activity on that day you observed on the outside of the facility, correct?
Correct. I can speculate on something that I did not observe.
So if they can do, and you also heard the 60,000, they cannot sustain the business, but this, so it's to their advantage to move them out the material as quick as possible, right?
Again, the 60,000 is under the initial operating condition. When they are to install a screw conveyor that can move material faster, we can revise the number. But the initial condition are very similar to what I observed that night. That's why the 60,000.
And just to clear, the basis of your 60,000 is what you observe on the outside, a different operation, different, you don't know, whatever front end loader and so forth.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further question.
Any other board members have questions? Okay. The only question I had, sir, was in reference to paragraph number 10, where you said the potential for odors from raw rendering material that has been stored for hours in an uncontrolled environment is greater with warmer temperatures, such as those we experience during summer and fall months in Southern California. Now, while they are not going to be having the rendering activity, as was discussed, there may be other raw material that will be there. So my question to you, sir, is you stated that you have seen other rendering organizations, other facilities. Did they address this? Was there a temperature control of any sort?
The only one that is currently operational is Darling, but Darling, all the enclosure are vented to scrubber, so it's a very different situation.
Okay, thank you.
So one question, just out of curiosity, does any other facility exist like this in the basin? Just like this, what they're proposing today?
If I remember correctly by reading the staff report, there were 5 facilities that would have been subject to the rule. Currently, I believe 3 of them are closed or they do very limited operations. So there's really Baker and Darwin.
So this is pretty, would you agree that this is a novel facility? This is a brand new type of facility, this transferring, non-rendering, burning, et cetera, ovens are gone. Would you agree to that?
I think it's another facility in the terms they're going to be doing both the trap grease and the collection center. In that matter, yes, they are.
Okay, and so that the trap grease is when they take that oil tanker looking truck and they go out to the restaurants and they.
Correct. So they're the only one, I believe, currently they're going to be doing both operations.
So have you ever experienced or witnessed this type of exercise where they're using whatever skip loaders and moving meat and so forth products? Have we ever experienced that?
In a collection center? No.
Yeah, okay.
No, I've not.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
Any other questions, board members? Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Dwyer?
Yes, we'd like to call our second witness, Atul Kandhari. Atul, can you please introduce yourself to the hearing board?
My name is Atul Kandhari. I'm a senior engineer at AQMD. I've been here just about 15 years at district. And I did take oath in the morning, and my name is spelled Atul, last name Kandhari.
And Mr. Kandhari, did you sign a declaration on May 25th?
Yes. Yes.
Did you review those contents, and was that your best, to the best of your knowledge at that time when you signed it?
Yes.
Have you since learned more about Baker's facility since sitting in this hearing today?
Yes. I mean, my biggest surprise was this drawing, I was talking to them for months and months. How are you going to remove material out of it? I just learned last night they sent the email that they are going to remove the screws which are transferring material to the center. That was a total shock. I wish I had known this before.
And have you been working on Baker permits for a while? Can you describe how long?
Yeah, I started working on their permits like 2020, end of 2019, around that time. Middle of 2019, I don't remember the exact.
And are you currently working on Baker applications?
Yes.
Are you currently working on the 3 proposed smaller enclosure applications?
Yes.
And are you currently working on the permanent total enclosure extension application?
Yes.
And do you know when you received those applications for the 3 smaller enclosures?
Yeah, we received this package of 4 application, 1 revision application on November 22nd, 2023.
As you've been reviewing those applications, have you had to ask for further information from Baker's consultants?
Yes, I've been in touch with York Engineering almost since December. And the scope of the project was changing constantly. Sometimes, we're going to do this much throughput. And the initial packages, they didn't have much information. So I was drafting additional information request, and the response time was not that fast, but, we were working along.
Have you received deactivation permits from Baker?
Yes, I have received 8 inactivation forms. But I went through the forms. The first time they sent me was on May 14th. There were a lot of errors, but then we worked through. Then he sent me the updated version on May 24th. Which some of the inactivations I will have to do, some I will have to deposit to permit services, because one application is tagged to multiple device IDs, and not necessarily all the attached devices will be inactivated.
In your opinion, are air curtains air pollution control equipment?
No, they're just a barrier. Air pollution control equipment will be like a scrubber, carbon absorber, afterburner. We don't recognize air curtain as a APCD.
Have you provided Baker with any drafts for any of the current applications that we've just gone over?
Yeah. The draft for the centrises and the JNM clarifier was sent to them. One, I think, on May 9th and one on May 16th, but I'm still waiting for the feedback.
And I know we had discussed concerns with using the pit before the conveyor was permitted. Had you known about these plates, do you think that would have changed your opinion at all?
Yeah, I would have discussed in more detail with their consultant York, but in overall, I still feel we should wait for the issuance of the PCs before they can start using the pit.
You've listened to this testimony today. You've seen pictures of the enclosure. Do you think it's possible for the claw equipment to actually dig completely down into the pit and remove all the material?
It's relatively difficult than grabbing material from the floor versus from the pit. But I don't have any direct, I have a lot of experience in extracting, working at refuse centers, but I don't know this material, how slippery and, all that.
I have no further questions for you, Mr. Kandari.
Thank you very much. Okay, from Baker.
Thank you. And thank you for being here, Mr. Kandari. Appreciate it. I will heed the admonishments of the board from my prior cross, and I will not go into details about your experience designing logistics and so forth. But is it fair to say that that's not an area that you have experience with, trucking logistics and so forth?
No.
Okay. I actually have very few questions for you, sir. The one I do have is you mentioned your counsel asked you if you considered air scrubbers to be air pollution control equipment, and your answer, I believe, was no. Excuse me, I said scrubbers, I meant air curtains.
Yes, air curtains, we don't permit them as a control device.
Okay. Within the SC AQMD rules, is there a definition of air pollution control equipment anywhere?
I am sure it's in many different rules, but um, it's like, I'm sure Reg 13, but I don't want to guess, so I'd say I'm not sure.
Okay, would it sound reasonable to you if a definition of air pollution control equipment was equipment which eliminates, reduces, or controls the issuance of air contaminants?
It's generally true.
Okay, and is there a reason why you believe that an air curtain does not control the issuance of air contaminants?
Because in this case, eventually the air has to escape. I mean, no matter you are pushing the air into the enclosure, this is not a pressurized vessel. There is no negative air. So air is going to escape. It's just preventing the one while the roll-up door is open, the odors are not escaping. So it's not trying to destroy the odor, capture the odor, neutralize it. So that's why we would not permit as a APCD.
Okay, and it's only controlling the air when the door is opening. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's minimizing the escape. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, thank you. There's been some discussions of when permit applications were received and when draft permits were received and so forth. And I only have one question about that, which is your view that Baker has any reason or motivation not to finalize the permits for these enclosures that we've discussed?
Objection, speculation. Objection calls for speculation.
Yes, I understand that. If you don't have that information, sir, you don't have to answer that.
No, it's only thing I can say, because there are layers of review before the information gets released to AQMD, and we're talking to multiple people, so that causes some delay. That's all I can say.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your time.
Okay, board members, Mr. Pearman?
So I want to again touch on the pollution control equipment, and again, we're talking about what's happening in the interim, so to speak, till our order ends and all the permits are issued. And your fellow witness, Mr. Langoni, mentioned that he was concerned about odors because the enclosure lacked air conditioning, is not refrigerated, is not connected to a scrubber, not connected to an afterburner. The only PTE is only equipped with air curtains. So is there any other air pollution control device that is cost effective under these interim circumstances that you would think is feasible, would recommend?
I mean, you're asking my opinion. I mean, normally when we work with the facilities, we just process the application. We are not their consultants. So unless they ask, me, but if you are asking, yes, they could use scrubber. Just to give you some background, when they were permitting this PTE in the beginning, when they sent the first application package in 2019, there were discussions about using air scrubber, but then they backed off. Then they also proposed using air ionization method, in which at that time they said we don't want to do 15 air exchanges, it will be fewer air exchanges. So I checked with the rule writers, they said no, we cannot authorize that. And then they choose this third option, the alternate option. So, but yeah, there are options. I mean, like, other facilities, Darling, Smithfield, they had air scrubbers.
Have you seen the proposed orders of the district, proposed order and conditions with respect to this case?
Yes.
Did you have any role in terms of how the cleaning conditions such as those incorporated from Rule 415E were proposed here?
Yeah, we were going under this assumption that they will not be putting raw material in the pit. So those, in my opinion, those cleaning conditions were very reasonable. They were directly from 415, which, you know, you do have to wash the truck after it dumps the load. You have to clean the tires, you have to clean this area. So that was our, you know, rationale. And we were not sure that if even the pit has any kind of mechanism, any air pump or some pump at the bottom, some drains. So that was our reasoning.
So now that you've been told that the screws are being removed, for example, does that change your view that perhaps the facility could ensure the pit area is sufficiently cleaned without having to clean it every day per Rule 415E? Has that changed your view of what might be possible and feasible by the facility?
I don't have, you know, experienced this type of operation where somebody's using like a clamshell type of loader to take material out of the pit, and how they're going to ensure the rotation. What if the older, you know, the material which was previously dumped is still sitting there? How they're going to move? And what about the liquids which will be accumulating at the bottom? Because when you're pressing the material, so I don't have experience with this type of, yeah.
Last thing in the declaration, actually, of Mr. Langone, I should have asked him there, but it mentions a condition in the proposed SOP. Have you read the SOPs that were proposed by Baker and part of their petition?
Yes.
Okay, there was a quote there that after the enclosure extension is permitted and construction is completed, the total maximum capacity shall be 400,000 pounds. And it's been suggested that the SOP would be part of this order, perhaps. Is the setting of the maximum capacity after the construction completed, your understanding a role of our order, or is that one of the permit conditions that would deal with the maximum capacity going forward?
We were actually going to observe what happens, because that's what I was told, that there will be another hearing in August. So if this order had been granted, we were going to observe, you know, what kind of nuisance or orders are generated. And normally when we issue the permit to construct, we, you know, keep the limits conservative. But then based on the data, prior to changing it to permit to operate, we change the limits. So, you know, that's not just my decision. I discussed with my seniors, my manager, and it's like a joint decision. And of course, we take input from compliance.
So that would be a permanent condition, presumably, or it may not be.
Either way, yeah. Because if the facility is showing that no nuisance potential, things are happening as per the permit conditions, yeah, district would have allowed.
Okay, thank you. I just mentioned that to the lawyers. If we were to incorporate the SOP, I don't know if you want that statement in it without it being subject to what the permit process arranges, but I just point that out to you. Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, just a question.
Mr. Ali, you had a question?
Yes, just a question of the gentleman. Thank you, sir, for being here today. So were you pretty surprised when you arrived and learned of what you learned today? Or were you already privy to this information?
Actually, the email came last evening. So that's when first time I saw this.
Okay, so based upon what you had an opportunity to review between last night and today, what is your opinion with respect to this?
If you're asking only opinion, like I said, I have very limited experience with this type of operation when you're dumping material in the pit and now you are extracting it back with the loader. I would play it safe, have it on the tipping floor, easy to clean, easy to move it to the outbound truck. And once we issue the permits to construct, to build the screw conveyors, when the screw conveyors are ready, then start using the pit. But like I said, it's not me.
So do you think that perhaps there might be some confusion with respect to Rule 415 and this being a rendering facility, and what they're proposing now is something a little different?
Actually, we did talk about this issue and we sought guidance from our legal. Our understanding is whenever you are processing trap grease, by default, you are a rendering facility.
Okay, now, my friend. Yeah, see, so I clearly understand. I clearly understand. So you're approaching this is a rendering facility. They can call it whatever they want to call it. Would you agree to that?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, board members? Mr. Balagopalan.
Yes. Now, even in spite, I think your last, in your declaration, you said, in short, I do not see how Baker can use the pit area to store rendering material until the screw conveyor is built. And you're saying, even after what you heard, and you got notification yesterday about the plates they're adding, you're still maintaining that position?
I have very limited experience with this type.
So you don't know, it could work, it could also. I mean, you're not willing to change that statement in light of what you have received, information you received.
Mm. This is my opinion.
Yes, in your engineering opinion.
There are other solutions. What if they could, store the raw material in a sealed bin outside? But like I said, I don't have experience with this.
All right,
So if it doesn't work, then we get the blame that, oh, you wrote the permit and, I mean.
Okay, no, that's, I got your answer. You said it's have surrendering a number of permits, correct? You're reviewing that for inactivation.
Yes, I just got that.
Will there still be a Title V facility after that, once those permits are surrendered?
I can give you my opinion. So the plan for Baker, what they proposed was that they had 3 boilers, which are the large source. So they will be only using one, but one will be backup. And it is possible they may get out of Title V.
Or they could take an exemption and be a PT.
Yeah, synthetic miner.
Synthetic mine, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Trap grease, I was surprised when you just said that. Are you aware of other facilities in the basin that are processing trap grease?
I've seen the list.
And are they subject to 415?
But this facility is, if we refer to
I'm not asking that question.
No, because they're doing both collection and trap grease.
No, but trap grease, the facilities that process only trap grease, are there a number of facilities in the basin that does only that?
That's possible. That they're not subject.
And they're not subject to 415, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions, board members? Okay.
Actually, I'm sorry, I just forgot one thing. I apologize. You did approve when you issued the permit in 2019, the alternate control for the receiving area to use air curtain, right? In lieu of a negative air or a scrubber.
Yeah, there is a specific section in the rule and they elected that option. They were complying with the.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Do you have any other witnesses, Mr. Dwyer?
No, Chair.
Okay.
No further witnesses.
Thank you. All right. So now we can go into closing statements. Were there any other members of the public that have their hand raised? Thank you very much. All right. So since Baker had the original opening statement, did you still want to go first? And is that what the district is agreeing to?
Yes, that's typical for them to
Yes.
give the closing statement first after giving the opening statement first. Closing
A
argument.
question?
Okay, for, I have.
I
one
know there was
question.
talk about trying to redo the respective cleaning conditions to take what you thought was appropriate from 14E, et cetera. Are you both ready to do that now and give us language, or is that something you have to come back to see what you agree on and what you still disagree on, or what? Any comments on that?
Yes, sir. I was going to say this at the outset of the closing statement either way. I'm inclined to scrap a lot of my closing statement because I kind of want to propose perhaps something that I alluded to earlier that may be more productive and constructive for this process. We have both sides have worked very hard to collaborate and come as close to the middle as possible. And I certainly credit council for working hard on that as well. The board has asked a lot of very clear questions, very helpful questions, very good questions of our witness and of the witnesses for the district. Those questions and some of the statements that the board has made in this process, I think, suggest that at least just on Baker's behalf, it may be helpful if we were able to discuss with the district, see what gaps we might further close based on the helpful information we've received today. And even if we cannot come to a unified proposed order, at least come to orders. I can commit on behalf of my client that we can submit an order that takes into consideration some of the issues that the board has addressed and perhaps, changes some of the positions that Baker's current proposed order reflects, which would give, and perhaps if the district could do the same, that would give the board an easier decision. Obviously, the board could still split differences wherever it liked and make conditions how it wanted. It would give us an opportunity to correct some things that are simply, in my view, ministerial, like making the SOPs enforceable by the district, like Mr. Pearman's point regarding the permanent conditions at the facility. And it would then give the board perhaps a clearer view of what the, for lack of a better word, final positions were of the parties if we can't come to one unified final position.
Do you have the ability to do that today?
I think it would be difficult today because many of the pieces, in Miss Sue's revised red line of the revised order, there's a lot that we're fine with. I mean, we're happy to make those changes, but then we carefully some of the language so that we could just make sure we're giving our best and final position. We could do it very quickly. I would certainly commit to that.
Okay, Miss Sue, did you have a comment in regards to that?
I also am in agreement if the board wanted us to come together and try to talk some more and at least have less for the hearing board to decide, we're happy to do that. I also don't think it will happen in 45 minutes.
I don't either. So I'm asking the Madam Clerk if you can give us a date. Let's see here.
Okay. I think we're coming Thursday, isn't it? We have a hearing.
We have a hearing, let's see. Tuesday, we don't have anything, but I think you're gonna be out of town.
Yeah, we don't have anything really for the next 2 weeks?
No, they added one for next Thursday.
Thursday, we
Yeah, I
have
think on the
Chevron
6th.
and Eco.
Oh, I won't be here. I'll be out.
Oh, you want me? Oh,
Yeah, you're gonna be out of town the whole week, I think.
So can I ask my attorney, Ms. Diaz, to post that I'll be from an alternate location, even though it's a continuance, how many days? Is it 3 days or?
3 days, posters there.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, we have 3M on Thursday, the 13th.
3 m? Oh, the 13th.
Right. Oh, okay. So, but I also have you, let's see, Wednesday, the 12th, there's a question for you.
Yeah.
Are you gonna be here? You
I won't
don't
be here,
think so?
For the whole week.
But
Okay,
if you
so
wanted to
let's-
do it the 6th, I could probably get it posted where I'll be at and here as long.
We already have 2 on the 6th. What about? They're gonna go to consent? One of them. The 5th, there isn't anything. Does the 5th work for you?
No, it'll be,
Okay,
hmm.
all righty here. And we said the 11th wasn't gonna work either?
Here, let me see,
Or
the
the,
11th? No good?
all right, so the following week,
The Tuesday, 11th? Let me just check.
I have you as a question mark.
Yeah, I could do the 11th.
We can do the 11th, everybody? Okay. Yes,
Someone has to put it up there for you. Mhm.
great. Does the 11th work for both parties?
It works for the district.
It's Joe Montana's birthday, so I think it's an auspicious day for. Yes.
Okay, all right, great. Then we will go ahead and we will continue this to the 11th. And hopefully by that time, we will have some progress and some good news.
Madam Chair, can I add, since they're going back, I would like to get, I know there's the applicability of 415, and maybe a brief paper from both sides, on that issue, because I think there's a ramification on the, on the order based, in my opinion anyway, whether 415 applies or not.
I would say no, it's up to you.
How relevant do you really think, let me ask both parties, how relevant do you think that is at this point in time? Do we need to do that?
I think the parties have been in alignment regarding that it's not necessary to decide this at this point, and that we were trying to come together to have workable conditions. I know we will likely still have points of disagreement, but as I said previously, in the abatement order, the hearing board can decide things that does not hew strictly to the rule.
Okay, so we don't need to do that then. All right, so we are in agreement then. We will come back then on the 11th and we will look forward to seeing you then. Okay, so it is continued and thank you very much. We really do appreciate everything the district has done as well as your witnesses, and same for Baker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members.
Thank you all.
Okay, unless there's anything else, we are adjourned. Recess. Thank you, thank you. Until the 11th. Yeah, right.
Recording stopped.